turn into Osborne. There's a tank, there's a water tank up there, and my billboard was on it. And what was it? Being funny is serious business. 470-899998 or so. And then 197. My pager number was 197. That was what was written on it. I didn't have a phone. But you see, I had to make the people know. See, also, when you are learning a trade, let people know you're offering service. It's not show off. I pushed comedy as a service. Until you make any talent you have a service, nobody will pay for it. Because then they will see the talent you have as a hobby. You get some people that are in church. If you hear them sing, a wonderful voice. You have some people, they have ability. I was talking to a lady one time in Shagamu. This child was crying, and disturbing everybody. So people were saying, take the child out now, give the child breast. Then one lady came and said, it's okay. Hey, it's okay. Come. And carried the child. And she stopped crying. And I was watching her. She rocked the child, brought the child back. The child was sleeping and gave to the mother. So I told her, I said, you have a unique gift. I think you should set up a nursery. She said, no. I'm working with Societe Generale Bank. I said, no problem. Many years later, I went to Abuja, and I was waiting for my luggage. And as I was carrying the luggage like that, she came, and she knelt down. Thank you. I said, what? He said, you saw it first, but I did not. She owns 2 nursery schools in Abuja now. And crèche, not crèche, where they bring the children, and she teaches the people how to just be nice and warm towards children. It's a talent. Most times, people do not see it, but you will know it. So for me, when it was time to promote it, I had to. And by the way, I knew the people that wanted to pay for my service. It's not, poor people don't pay for comedy. In fact, I'll tell you a story. The comedy is a story. So this man, Nigerian Security Exchange Commission, 1994, went to him. The man said, well, you are, is it you that want to do the comedy? I said, yes. How much? I said, 20,000 naira. When you are leaving, don't close the door. He did not negotiate. I got up and left. He saw me at the lagoon. I was doing an event for Peak Merchant Bank. And he came and said, wow. Yeah, this thing you are doing is very, very creative. When are you going to come? Let's renegotiate. I went. I said 50,000. He said, 2 weeks ago, you said 20,000. Now, I said, that time, I wanted to give you an introductory price because you didn't know the value I was bringing. Now you know the value. You have to pay. He paid grudgingly. I did another event one time when this time my price had gone up. Not when Obasanjo found out. This was much time. I charged the person 3 million. The person said, no, he was in committee. You know, there are people that don't use event planners. They set up committee in every bank. When they paid the money, I was cracking jokes. This man was there. Didn't laugh. There's no joke I told the man did not find it funny. In fact, I told one and looked at him, the man was like, Then I now said, I did one, and it got him. And what was the joke? It was just observational. And I said, you know, Yoruba men and their cars are different to Igbo men and cars. They like to use it to brag. But when a Yoruba man buys a car, he and the car become one. So even when he wants to go and buy fuel, say, money de bo, that I need fuel. Tire me oda, that is my tire is not good. He hits me from behind. When he's driving and the boss is coming, he says, Ma wo mi o. And then when he gets into a pothole, the wife will greet him. Not the wife will say, ekpele daddy. Because the wife knows he's the one that entered that pothole. The man was cracking up. I said, then the ultimate is if they steal that man's car, and then you see him, you say, I want by me. That he's the one they stole. Oh. Want to Jimmy Law. So it is, those are the things that you have to, sometimes when I teach some of these comedians, when they come to my office and I teach them management, investment, creating jokes, PR, publicity, sometimes even understanding other artists and relating with them. I tell them, every artist is different. This person has a different background. So you have to understand personalities in communicating with them as well. There are some that may not take a joke. There are some that may not even know how to handle a particular joke well. But what do I know? I'm just a comedian. You have a question? Yeah.
You said there is a difference between mentorship and role model. So you were only able to explain the mentorship. You said you could have a mentor and you give you advice.
Okay, so I'll do that now. A mentor is somebody you meet one-on-one. A mentor is someone you meet one-on-one and you can ask questions. A role model is someone who's at a distance and he can impact and influence you. Do you understand? Denzel Washington is a role model. He's not my mentor. He can't mentor me when I have issues with house rent. I can't pay school fees. Or I'm broke. He can't mentor me. But I can glean off him from a distance. That's a role model. Most times, your mentors should not be one. You should have a mentor for fashion. You should have a mentor for books. You should have a mentor for business. You should have a mentor for relationships. You should have a mentor for eating habits. You should have a mentor for... So people will tell... So your nutritionist, your doctor is your health mentor. If you come to me now and say, this part of my neck is paining me, what do you think? I'll say, I'll do like this. Because I know nothing about this. And so, if I'm your mentor, it's not everything that I'll teach you. I'll teach you some, and then you find another mentor. What happens with a lot of people is that once they start following one person, it's zombie, Joro, Jara, Joro, Joro, Jara, Joro, go and kill Joro, Jara, Joro, go and die, Joro. That's not it. You have to. There's a guy that is my mentor in investment. He's so flippant. When I say flippant, we can be sitting at a party and somebody is walking in and say, Shoriga, my former girlfriend. Then I'll say, what about if I buy 10,000 shares of this new offering of Diamond Bank before they join this? And say, no, don't buy 10,000. Buy 100,000. Find money, borrow and buy. In 2 weeks, it will move from 1 naira 50 kobo to 4 naira 75 kobo. You sell off that thing, take the money, the difference, and you pay back the money you borrowed. He's giving me great advice. But when it comes to his personal life, it's not something I want to borrow from. That's a mentor. But you see, a role model is me looking at Tyler Perry and say, how can you have a studio that is booked every day? And you're just dressing like a woman up and down. That's the difference. Do you get me? Yep.
Are you now saying the role model, like you can take after the person's life, but the mentor, you don't really have to take after the life, just the advice?
No, it just follows. If okay, Will Smith is my role model from a distance. If you get to my office, there are all their pictures up there. And all their pictures. You don't take people's weaknesses. Whether he's a role model or not, you don't take their weaknesses. One thing that I like is, I like Dr. Dre. He wears jeans, body, this and that. So I like him. I ape him. But he also does some things that I don't like. You don't take those ones. So be clear. It is for your benefit. If you listen carefully, I told you, negativity, you avoid them. Anything that is negative, just avoid that. Choose only the good. The fact that I'm following Will Smith now doesn't mean that the day somebody says something about me, I'll just go there and slap the person. No. All right, so what will happen? the committee and everybody will pass questions to you. I have to run. Thank you very much. You've been a wonderful audience.
Alibaba GCFR. And let the media team roll for our next speaker.
Idahosa II. Bishop Faith Emmanuel Benson Idahosa II, popularly known as Bishop Feb, is a multi-pronged business executive. Before he was Archbishops Benson and Idahosa, Feb continues to display her growth in his ever-expanding matrix. As president of the Benson Idahosa University, Feb has extended his Tennessee institution towards massive expansions in Georgia by being approved to set up a faculty of nursing. He is president of Big Bear's Children's Hospital, vice president of Faith Benedict's Group of Hospitals, vice president of All Nations for Christ Bible Institute International, vice president of the Archbishop Idahosa Foundation and Idahosa World Outreach. He is a member of the Church of God Mission International CGNI Council of Bishops, where he heads its board of administration. In addition to the above elder group, Ghana Systems Development Company, Glorify Nigeria, Glorify USA, Rejuvenate Media, and Glorify Property Development Company. Bishop Feb has veered into the realm of fintech, where he seeks to democratize payment systems. Very heavy on his plate is the task of mentoring new generation of leaders in Nigeria and Africa, through diverse growth channels such as the Executive Square and Marketplace Fund. Coming for the second time at the TakeOver and the Summit, please welcome this amazing TakeOver friend and author of many books, the Reverend Husband to Reverend Dr. Baxter Idahosa, and father to Fred John, Math and Jada, Bishop Feb Idahosa.
I try to. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, I should say. Good afternoon. How are you today? All right. Do me a favor. Would you please stand for a minute? We've been sitting for quite a long time, so let's stand up for a second so that way you can stretch your legs, stretch your arms, stretch your nose, stretch your ears, do something. Just give yourself a little bit of... And while we're doing that, the slides will get ready. So are you okay? Are we okay now? Because you've been sitting for a long time, so you know what, they say sitting is the new smoking or something like that, so sitting for too long, so don't sit for too long. I'm glad that you guys are here today. I'm glad I get a chance to spend some time with you. I have about 6 hours to teach, so I want to spend the next 6 hours just talking with you. Just kidding. Okay, do me a favor. Are you okay? All right, please take a seat. Have you stretched out? You're okay? Yes? All right. Thank you for being here today. How many of you enjoyed that last talk by Alibaba? Did you enjoy that? Let's give it up for him. Give him a hand. I really enjoyed it. I learned quite a bit. So mine's not quite the same thing. I'm going to be sharing with you today about creating a culture in your organization. So let me ask as we begin, how many of you here maybe have a company or have a business or have something that you do and you have people working with you? How many of you? Let me see your hands. I see 1, 2, 3. Okay, great. How many of you work by yourself? You're just a solopreneur. You are big, you're the boss, you're the guy. Okay, great. All right, cool. Okay, good. So most of us here work with people, and what I want to talk to you about today is about creating a culture working with people. So what we'll do, I have these slides available as a PDF. So if you are part of the group here, if you're part of the TakeOver at the Summit, they will give you the PDF absolutely free of charge. So you get that free of charge. Or if you want, yes, you can clap. Thank you for clapping. Okay. Then if you want to send me an email, my email is febidahosa@gmail.com. I'll send you the slides. So I use marketplacefeb@gmail.com. I'll send you the slides as well, free of charge. So this way you don't have to worry about copying down everything I say, please, or try and use your camera, take a picture. Take a picture. No. It's free of charge. I give all my things away free so that way you can listen, you can learn. And especially because when we're teaching, I want you to learn as we go, so that you don't spend all your time writing. You can learn as we talk, okay? So we're talking today about how do we create a culture. My question to begin is, can a great culture emerge from your organization? Now, the reason why I asked you about if you work with people is because every one of us has to work with people. Even if you have a solo company where you're the one by yourself, eventually you will grow, you will hire somebody, you'll work with somebody. Is that correct? So the thing that's a very, very great part of companies growing is culture has to emerge. And so we'll talk about that a little bit. So I'm happy to be a part of TakeOver at the Summit 2022. Thank you to Reverend Victor. Thank you to Pastor Dare. Thank you to Pastor Zubi. Thank you to all the organizers. How many can give them a hand one more time? All right, I'm saying those things so you can wake up and move around. Okay, great. So I'm talking today about, can a great culture, or can a culture emerge from the organization? Now, the reason why this is important is because every organization has a culture. And so we'll talk about that a little bit. As we begin, I want to ask you a question. Would you like your organization, then this can work for a church, it can work for an organization, it can work for a company, whatever it is that you do. Would you like your company, your organization, your church, to be at the top or to dominate your industry, your market or your niche? Yes or no? Yes? All right, great. So let me give you one of the secrets that will help you do that. We're talking today about how can we dominate, how can we take over our industry, how can we be at the top of the summit wherever we are. So one of the ways to do that is that you need to create a culture. So my answer is, if you build and create and protect your culture, you can emerge at the top of your industry. So if you think about the culture, now let me explain what culture is. Culture means how we do things around where we are. So I'll begin with a quote from Patrick Lencioni. He has a book called The 5 Dysfunctions of a Team. And in his book, he says, there's a quote that says, if you could get all the people in an organization rowing in the same direction, okay, industry, in any market, against any competition at any time. Now, I'm saying this to you because I believe that as Christians, we should absolutely be the ones who are at the top of our game. Are you with me? Is that okay with you? If you have a company, if you have a church, if you have something, you can actually help to be at the top of your industry. Your business should be at the top. Your company, your school, whatever it is that you do as an organization, the way things are done within the organization actually begins to determine how things will work for you and how fast or how big or how tall, how far your company will go. So you must think about creating a culture. Now, look, we have a picture of a rowboat here. What happens is, as people are trying to row the boats, if one of us is rowing forward, while one is rowing this way, and the other one is doing like that, how fast can we move? Talk to me. Yes, can we move fast at all? Can we go forward? No, because you are going this way. One is doing like this. One is doing, going backwards, etc. So we can't really move well. And the Bible talks about this. The Bible says, can two work together unless they agree? All right, can we really move forward? The way we do things in our company, our business, the way the company runs, actually begins to work if everybody is doing the same thing. We're on the same page, we're thinking alike, talking alike, and we understand where we're going. So really, culture is a function of vision, is a function of direction, is a function of all of these things that you must do. So what is culture? Culture now is how things are done within the organization. One way we talk about it is that they say, well, how do we do things here? So maybe in this company, it's, if you go work in a company, the way they do things there is they always dress with their ties. They always dress in this way. Or they're always backbiting there. They're always discussing each other. They're always cursing people. That begins to be the culture. And culture can be written. It can be unwritten. It can be things that people say. You're going to work in a bank. You know that when you go to a bank, you probably will have to call you by your first name. Are you with me? You know that probably in that bank, they will dress a certain way. So if you come in and you say you want to work at the bank, and you got hired to work at this bank as a very top person, and you come in wearing T-shirt and shorts, they will look at you one way, all right? But at the same time, too, if you work at a fintech company, like you were saying earlier on, they all come in there working on their laptops, and they just come in T-shirts, right? So if I come in now and I have my suit, my tie, or I come in there with my big shop's cap, I won't quite fit in. So the way that we do things in that area becomes our culture. So culture then is how things are done within the organization. Culture is the beliefs, the standards, the way we expect, what we expect from people. Culture is all of the things that happen inside here. Okay? Now, sometimes we'll say, what's the vibe? How do things feel here? That's part of culture. This is all happens, okay? The code that's unwritten that determines how we do things. So these guys here are climbing. The way they climb and do this every day, day in, day out, they have practiced a certain way. It happens over and over again. These guys are wearing the same clothes. They are a certain way. So you understand that there's a culture that they've built. For them to do this and become the best in their field, they must do things a certain way, and it works over and over again. Now, if you understand how this begins to work, you can understand how culture will work for you. So let me talk about the next slide now. Next slide. Let me tell you a story about culture, okay? About vision and about leadership. How many of you know Moses and Joshua from the Bible? All right, let me ask you a question. Who was the better leader, Moses or Joshua? Talk to me. Joshua, why do you say Joshua? Who says Moses? Who says Moses? Nobody. Who's afraid to answer? All right, so I asked this question because there's no real answer. They both had their own vision that they were supposed to do. But here's the difference. So I'll tell you a story, first of all, about the Promised Land. And in this story, the thinking of the organization affected their future. And this is why I want to talk to you about culture. So Moses wants to take the people of God to the Promised Land. And he gets to the edge and he says, okay, guys, let's go. We're going to the Promised Land. Let's run. And he sends out how many spies? 12 spies. They go inside and they come back. And 2 say, wow, that's a great place. Let's go and do it. 10 of them come back and say, well, we cannot quite make it. As a matter of fact, they brought back grapes that were the size of a human being's head. So one of them says, if the grape is the size of a human being's head, how big is the mouth that will eat this grape? They must be giants. So we are like grasshoppers in their sight. So the thoughts, the thinking, the words they say affects the culture. And what happens? Everyone says, no, we can't do it. 2 says we can do it. But the dominant culture says, let's go back. Are you with me? So they go back and they turn around. All right? So then 40 years later, Joshua comes along. And he wants to go to the Promised Land as well, too. What does he do? He says to them, okay, so what he does this time is he does it different. He brings all of them to the Promised Land, edge of the Promised Land, and says, okay, guys, that land is our land. It belongs to all of us. Our great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather gave it to all of us, so it's our land. Is it yours? He said, yes, it's ours. Okay, good. Does it belong to us? Yes. So he's getting them excited about it. Then he says to them, look, that land right now, people who are there, the Hittites, the Jebusites, the mosquito bites, they are all squatting. They are all biting. They are squatting our land. It belongs to us. Let's go and get it back. Then he tells one thing that's very different. He says, okay, look, all of us guys, when we go, this tribe over here, that part there, that's going to be your part, okay? Tribe of Benjamin, this part here, that's going to be your part, okay? Tribe of Ephraim, this part here, that's going to be your part. And he shows each of them their part in the future. Are you following me? So then they're all excited because now they all see themselves in that future. And then before they go to the Promised Land, he sends out spies again. But this time he sends out spies who think like him, who understand the way he is. He doesn't send 12, he sends how many? 2. That know what he's looking for. And when they come back, they give a report that says, look, everybody there is afraid of us. So he has put their mind in the right place. He has shown them vision. He has shown them their part in the vision. And he has shown them people who talk like the place he wants to go. Do you see a difference? Yes? Are you with me? Okay, so there's a difference now in the culture that they have created. So now, Moses and Joshua have shown 2 different mindsets that you as a leader who wants to dominate your industry must think about. So I'll share with you now the following things, how this story affects culture. Okay, let's talk about culture. Next slide. You must create your culture. Okay, so there's 3 things I want you to do when it comes to culture. 3 things. The first one is you must create the culture. Second one is that you must build the culture. And the third one is that you must protect the culture. Don't worry, I'll give you those slides. So you have all the slides for yourself, okay? But the first one is this: you must create the culture. Let's go back once again. Back one slide. You create a culture based on where you want to go as the organization. So there's a picture here of all these different things, and see, if I'm going to the beach, I will dress with slippers. If I'm going to a corporate event, I will dress with corporate shoes. If I'm going to play tennis, I will dress according to where I'm going. Make sense? So depending on what I want to do, I dress accordingly. Now that's just for dressing. But when it comes to where you want to go as a company, or as a church, or as a business, or as an organization, you must get everybody to see where we're going. Just like Moses did, but didn't quite succeed fully. Joshua showed them their destination. So culture is a function of your vision. It must be clear to all of us who are working with you, who are working under you, all of those things. If we don't see it and don't quite understand it, we won't follow. But when we see it and we understand it, then our culture follows the leader's vision. So if you are the leader, you are the pastor, you are the business owner, you are the company creator, you're the one that's there, we must understand your vision, and it must be based on the destination that we create a culture. I mentioned banks. Banks dress a certain way because they want to reach a certain set of people. People who are working in the fintech company dress a certain way because they don't really, their business is not necessary to go and to impress you. Let them just go and create the app in the background. When it's working, carry it on your phone. You don't have to see them. Are you following me? So the culture there is different in the way they dress. Now, that's just one part of it. But my point is this, that based on your destination that you are going to, you must create a culture that we believe in, based on where we want to go, okay? So create a culture based on the results that you want. So for Moses and for Joshua, Joshua wanted them to win this war. And so he put into their minds that we are warriors. We are not just people who are in the desert. We are people who are warriors. We are going to go and fight. Because what he did with the people, he said to them, he said, look, when we go and fight, we'll all go and fight in the first battle. We'll win the battle, but we'll come back and we'll fight again, and we'll give you your land. We'll win that battle, we'll come back again, and we'll give you your land. So he put the mindset that we are all together in this matter. If you create in your company or your business that we are together doing this idea, this company, this vision, and we all buy into it, we'll follow you. Okay, next slide. So your culture must be, what do we want to achieve? Now, what do you need to get there from where you are? So you pick people based on what you want to achieve. You pick thoughts, you pick mindsets based on what you want your business to achieve. You have to be thinking about the future. You must go to the future first as a leader, see it clearly, and then come back and create things that will help you get there. The problem with most of us, our problem is this. We just sort of just get there, let's just go. We do like Moses. Let's just go. And we don't create warriors who say we are going to go and fight. So think about it. Moses just brought people out of Egypt. And they are still thinking like slaves. So he says, let's go to the promised land. And these guys who are thinking like slaves say, let's go back to Egypt, I beg. It's okay now. We're okay there. We had food. We had leeks. We had cabbage. We're just eating manna where we are right now. Can we not go back? So their thinking was a call at the summit. You must start thinking what the top 10 people think like. So go and research the industry. Find the top 10 medical schools. How do they behave? And bring that mindset, learn about it, and then come back and teach that to your organization. Does that make sense? Because see, if we don't teach intentionally, people will bring what they know. So let's say we want to start a medical school, for example. Now, our university, Benson Idahosa University, just got licensed for medical school. So we're telling ourselves, let's study the 10 best in the world. Find the 5 best. Go to the US, go to the UK, go to the Caribbean, find the top of them. Find out what they do that's different. Then bring that mindset into here. The other option is that we can come and say, well, no problem. Let me hire a staff from University of Benin, hire staff from University of Ibadan, hire staff from University of Lagos. And then when we come together, what will happen then? Each of them will bring what happens at their university, right? And they will bring it and they'll start fighting. And they're trying to teach what they know. But if when they come on and say, look, this is what we want to do, we have this destination in mind. Make sense? We're going here. And all of us see that. And then we say, okay, what do we need to create? How can we be the best in Nigeria based on the people we're following? A different culture emerges. So you have to begin to start thinking, what do you want to achieve? Begin there and then come back. As opposed to just anybody come. All right, so let's go next slide. So I said here, build the culture, okay? You must onboard people. What I mean by onboarding is this. I must bring you on intentionally. And when you come on board, I teach you how we want to run things here versus just anyhow. Because if you do anyhow, you will see anyhow. Okay? So if I don't teach you intentionally, people bring it in. So people affect your culture. I told you about medical schools, okay? So if we don't intentionally bring in people that have the right kind of mindset, or we don't teach what we're looking for, we'll bring in 10 different mindsets, and we'll all remain where we are. But you don't want to do that. You want to go somewhere better. So talent is great, because part of what I'm talking about too is how do you optimize talent? And that's a whole other discussion. But I can't do that today. I'm just going to just put some snippets of talent inside here. Talent is great, but the talent must blend into the organization, because if we don't do that, the talent will fight each other. I'll talk about that in a minute. Next slide. So, all right, so I said build the culture. Now this is a funny one. The Greek word for love is not apocalyptic, okay? You know, you go to church sometimes and you're in church, they'll say, oh yes, pastor will just start beginning to say, the Greek word for so and so is apocalypsis. And you're like, wow, Rema. Have you heard that before? You don't look it up yourself. Just look at it. Now, the reason why I put that there is because if we don't teach the culture intentionally, somebody else will. And someone may not know what you want. Someone may not know what you are thinking. People will follow. Now, I say that because we love to follow leaders. All of us love to follow someone who knows what they're talking about or who seems to know what they're talking about. That's why I just told you that if I'm in church and someone says, yes, the Greek word for so and so is blah, 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 blah. Like, yes, that's true. But the Bible tells us, study yourself, understand. Okay, the people that had the right kind of mindset study the scriptures to understand what it means. You also must have people that will study what you are looking for. I hope this is connected with someone today. Okay, so if we don't teach the culture, somebody else will. So if, for example, we came here today and I walked in and there was nobody here, and I just come and say, oh, by the way, also, I spoke to Reverend Victor, and he said to do 1, 2, 3, 4. You don't know if it's true or not. But because you know Reverend Victor is the one in charge of Global Harvest, and I said I know him, what will happen? You will listen to me, right? Because I mentioned his name. So if we don't teach what we want, somebody else will come in, claim your name, use your name and use your platform to teach what they want. So if you're coming, you must intentionally teach what you want to see. All right, next slide. So I said, okay, that people affect the culture, on board intentionally, talent is great. And I mentioned talent before because talent is this. You have superstars who will come in. And a superstar is nice, but if you go to the next slide, you will see why superstars are not the best all the time, okay? Because you see, a superstar, I said here right here, talent and the culture of the Nigerian national football teams. What is our problem? What's our problem? Can anybody tell me? What's Nigeria's problem when it comes to football? Anybody? We have superstars. That's one of them. What else? Anybody else? Pride. Oh, we should glow with pride now. Yes. What else? What else? Mismanagement. So there are many problems. Okay, but here's the problem I see as a big one, okay? When we're going to play Nigerian national football team, we're going to play a big tournament, what happens? All the big stars, they fly in how long before the game? 1 week, 2 hours, 2 weeks. All the big stars fly in, right? And the team has been practicing before, but the big stars fly in. And every superstar comes in with the culture of their football team, wherever they are. And they want to just show themselves as skilled, right? So every time we have great talent, but we don't win games. We win games, but we don't win tournaments. Why is that? Because you see, a team of 5 average basketball players or a team of 11 average football players that understand the culture of where they are going to, how the team works, and understands how they each work. That culture of average players will eventually beat a team with 4 superstars that does not understand each other. Am I making sense? Because I'm a superstar. Oh, give me the ball, I know what to do. True. But it takes 11 of us playing together to win a football game. Maybe I might show my superstar status in 1 game, but a tournament takes 16 games. Are you following me? That's the World Cup, right? 16 games? If you're going to win, how many? Or 12? How many of them? 7. Okay, sorry. Yeah, 2 tournaments, 16. My point is very simple. To win long term, you have to consistently build a culture. Makes sense. So don't be looking for the superstars. Look for those who can blend into your culture, because if we don't blend, we can't win. Okay, so next slide. I said, okay, first of all, I said you must create the culture. Then I said you must build the culture. And thirdly, finally, you must now protect your culture. Wrong attitudes, wrong words, wrong actions can destroy your culture. Okay, so people have the wrong attitude. This guy is just frowning. Have you ever been to a business, you walk inside, and you walk in, and the person there is just frowning? Okay. Then you try to joke, God, wait till I smile now. What do you want? Let me have beg. Comes down again. By the time you have left, by the time you leave there, if next time you and I walk in and say, let's go inside that place, sorry, don't mind it, let's not go there, let's go somewhere else. Are you following me? So I want to go and eat, and the person is just frowning. The food will taste different because they didn't serve it with smiles. As opposed to you walk into a business place and you walk and say, hey, how you doing? Go, come on in, come and sit down, have a seat. Oh, and they're smiling. They're happy to see you. How do you feel? Their attitude affects you who doesn't even work there. Are you with me? There's a company called Disney. You all know Disney, right? Now, Disneyland in America, Disneyland, they have many things. Their motto is, want to be the happiest place on earth. It's okay, sounds very nice. But you know that the people, they work there, is they say, look, if you're going to work at Disney, they have what they call front stage or upstage, and they have backstage. So backstage is that, in backstage, nobody says what's a backstage. You can frown, you can squeeze your face there, but if you work there, once you are in front of customers, you smile. You will never see a Disney employee who had a bad day. Because what you are seeing when you are seeing Snow White, you are seeing Ariel the princess, you are seeing Aladdin. Are you following me? So what you saw in the movie, what you expect to see at Disneyland. So they teach their staff, no matter what happens at home, please, when you come here, when you are on stage, you are Aladdin. You are not Mobolaji that had a fight with his wife at home. Leave your fights behind the stage. When you come out, you are Aladdin, or you are Prince Charming, or you are whatever character you are. Are you following where I'm going? So, okay, so what does they do at Disney? At Disneyland, my son, I was there one time, we bought my son an ice cream. As he was leaving the place, the ice cream fell on the ground. I know children. They start crying. Ah, my ice cream. I said, okay. Me, I'm not happy. Okay, you have to go and spend another $10 to buy ice cream again. So I go back and say, my son's ice cream just fell. Oh no, here's another one free. Right? Eh? You say what? Your son's ice cream fell. Yes. Take another one free. Will I go back there next time? I will go back there next time. Plenty times. And I will tell you the story. So what's happened now? Their culture has affected me, and I'm selling Disney to you. If I go there, they ask him, Phil, not your fault now. What's wrong with you? Go on, let it go. I'll be angry. My son will be angry. When I come back to Nigeria, I will tell you, don't go there. Oh. If you buy ice cream there, they will cheat you. Am I talking to anybody? The culture affects us. Okay, so I was talking behind the stage earlier on with some of our ministers, and they said that there are places in Lagos where if you go to buy fuel, they will cheat you because they adjust the price of the pump. You guys know this? I didn't know that. They told me. I said, really? Okay, so what happens now? When you go there and at this particular station, tampers with their pump, what do? You avoid it. And if I tell you I'm going to go and buy 4 there, what will you do? You tell me, don't go there. So culture affects the business, affects the future, affects how we do things. Am I talking to someone this morning? So begin to know that culture affects everything about your business. All right? So the wrong attitude can destroy you, the wrong mindset, the wrong words, the wrong facial expressions can make people leave there. All right, so finally I said, okay, you must protect the culture. For the culture, it means get the right people on the bus. Now, this is a phrase that's used by Jim Collins in his book, Good to Great. He said you must get the wrong people off the bus. Get the right ones on the bus. Then get the right ones in the right seats on the bus. Then you start moving the bus. Okay, back to the football team. I can have the greatest talented goalkeeper in the world, and I put him to play midfield or striker. Now, in the goalpost, his eyes can see, he can react everywhere. But as center forward, he can't do the same thing. So I've got him in the wrong place. And it will affect the way he thinks, the way he acts. If I have someone who's thinking wrongly about the team, who doesn't like the team, he's the wrong person. Okay, so that happened to me once when I had an assistant in one of our organizations. And we had an assistant who was doing some things which were just okay, but not great. But because the person was very charismatic, we said, okay, we managed him. But one day, he got promoted to a different place in the organization. He left our location. And we had a chance to bring in somebody else. Now, the new person that came in, I did not sit the person down and say, this is how we do things here. This is what I expect. I just assumed he would know. And so he came in, and within weeks, he was doing exactly the same thing as the last person. Why is that? Because we didn't spend time to say, this is what we expect. And so now we have 2 generations doing the wrong thing, and who's suffering for it? All of us. Now, at some point, you must get the wrong person off the bus. Because if they keep on doing things that are not working for your organization, it's not going to work. Now, the thing you will find is this. When you get the wrong person who has the wrong attitude off, you will see how everybody will just breathe. Have you had that happen before? Because that person it was spoiling show, as they say. So, if you get the wrong person off the bus, every time you have a chance to change leadership, it gives you a chance to breathe fresh air. So, do that when you can, all right? Is that okay with you? Okay, so I'm going to wrap up in a few things. Important. Fire when necessary. Sack somebody. I'm not saying in a bad way, so nobody will come and slap me. But if you need to remove someone from the bus because it's not working, okay? Either you move them off, put them in a different place, or get them off. But your bus will not move well until the wrong person is off. That's how your culture works, okay? I told you about the rowboat in the beginning. If we're all rowing like this, and then one is rowing like that, it's spoiling the show. Your culture will move as well until you understand that, okay? Next slide, let's wrap up. Okay, so in closing, you must create, build, and protect the culture. Do that, and you can dominate any organization, any industry at the summit. If you think back to the story of Moses and Joshua, Joshua led the people there, and they were winning battles. God told them one time, said, look, when you get there, don't take anything out of Jericho. Let everything be there. One person went in with the wrong attitude, wrong mindset. What did he do? He stole some things, hid it. The next battle they went to, against a very, very small city, Ai, they should have won. They lost. Because one person with the wrong attitude was bringing down the entire organization. Don't use stone to kill anybody. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is this. Wrong attitudes can pull your culture down. Wrong thinking can pull you down. Protect it by all means. Okay? So if you protect it, you create it first of all, that's your responsibility. Building it is your responsibility. And what else? Protecting it is also whose responsibility? Your responsibility, okay? Do that. And we can do what this conference is about. We can take over at the summit. Thank you very much. God bless you guys. Next slide. I've got a picture here if you want to receive this slide as an ebook. And the slide, of course, it's also, you'll get it as a PDF already, but my marketplace web is there as well too. I'm on Telegram. Join us and we can send you more things to help you grow. All right. Thank you very much. God bless you. Had a good time. That was what, 25 minutes? 20 minutes? Questions, sir?
So we can only take 2 questions. That's number 1. That's the only one. Number 2. Okay, number 3. 3 questions.
Number 1, number 2,
Number 3.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, when you talking about culture, what can you do in a situation whereby you find yourself in an organization whereby the only thing they say is or do is you see it as they don't want to improve on their culture. Talking about culture, I believe it can be upgraded as time goes. And you're trying to bring in new innovations, new initiatives. And what they tell you is, this is now a standard.
This is not how we do things here.
This is how we do things here. But your own parts, you are not saying it the right way. What can you do in such situations?
Okay, well, it depends on where you are in that organization. If you're on top, then you can force it to change. You can get them to change it. If you're in the middle, you can try to influence up and influence down. If you're on the bottom and you can't change it, eventually you might have to leave the organization because it's not going to help you grow. But if you need the money and you have to work, stay there, do your best, try to influence them, try to show what happens. There's some great teachings about how to lead when you're not in charge, okay? When you're not in charge, if you want to lead up, your job there is influence. I cannot change my boss, but I can influence him. How do I do that? Let's say Mr. Zubi says, okay, this is how we do things here. Okay, but you have seen things work certain ways at other places. What I would suggest you do then is you come and you say, okay, I've seen this work somewhere before. Can I try it? So bring in things that you have seen work, but don't necessarily ask the person who's your boss to change it. Say you want to try something and then begin to do something that works. As it begins to work, they will see it working. They'll eventually come and ask you, okay, how did we do? How did you try that? How did that work? So what we talk about, and we did this in our organization 20 years ago, we had something that was primarily a culture that was not quite what we wanted. And so someone told me, said, okay, instead of coming head on to fight it, because you are not on top, try to fight it, they will fight you back. I said, okay, try to create something that works on the side. As it's working, try one here as well too. It's working. What happened in the old days, when people would fight a battle, they would come, so one team would come here, there was one army would come here, another army would come in, they would just fight until someone has died. Whoever is left standing would win. But they said, okay, instead of doing that, do what we call outflanking. Okay, you outflank. Don't just come and fight head on. You go this side, go on that side, go on the other side, and then just fight small battles and start winning those small battles. Very soon we'll see it working. And when it's working, we want to see what's working and try that. But if I just come and say, no, this is not good, it's not going to work, we have done like for the last 10 years. Why should we try yours? So show me something that's working, try it in a small way. When it works, we will come and we'll eventually start working with you. All right? Hope that helps. Next question.
All right, thank you, sir. You've answered part of my question because he took part of it. Then,
Can you imagine yourself? What's wrong with you?
all right, now, as an extension to that, you come into an organization and you know the culture is currently what it should be. Well, they had an existing culture. Then you come in, you're handed over policies upon policies and all of the whole informations like that. But you discover nobody follows suit. Now, and the thing is, the question now is, how do you implement organizational culture, one, and how do you make it transgenerational? Now, my observation is from the organization I work, somebody passed on and everybody died.
Okay.
Yeah, so the question is, how do you make it transgenerational so that it goes beyond you? Thank you.
Excellent. All right. So what makes culture work is people begin to do something over and over again. What will help for that to happen is we need to document culture. So it's not just that we see him dressing in a suit and tie every day. We document it and say, okay, the way we dress here is we wear suit and ties. The way we dress here, the way we work here is this. We begin to talk about what our values are. And what people say about culture is this. Culture should be written down for sure, but culture is lived more than it's told. So the way I begin to dress, if I dress a certain way, and I'm the one in charge, people begin to dress like me eventually. So what I suggest you do then is this. You begin to, if you're not the one in charge, start to influence smaller parts of it. Encourage them to write some things down. Paste it where we can see it. Let's hear it over and over again. But the more we see you doing it, and we see that you are succeeding, if you have a way to reward you for doing what you are doing, we'll reward you, and that begins to be told, okay, that's what we expect to be seen. And hopefully over time, if it's written, it's documented, it's seen, it's copied, it will eventually become what we do and go beyond one generation. Hope that helps. Yes. Last one.
All right, good afternoon. I found this session very insightful. Thank you.
Thank people. And I'm asking you, what do you think about different things? The person who has gone to my website and can tell me what my vision is already higher. The person who knows, they know how we dress, and they dress the way we dress, that person gets higher. Just because I like to see what I'm looking for. So I think part of what you want, if you're trying to get into an organization, study them, research them, know what they do, and then say what they do. Tell them, I went to your website, and I saw that on the website you have this. I actually believe the same things. As a matter of fact, when I was at my last company, I did A, B, C. That does exactly what you say you believe in. That will make anybody, oh, yeah, this person is very smart, very smart, very smart. Just because you just told them what they like to hear. Now, it's not just because they want to hear it, but it's because you actually believe it. So my point, my hope is that you can actually do things that you see them do. Try to copy that. Try to see what they're doing and repeat that. It will help you fit in. Hope that helps. All right. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. May God bless you. I appreciate you. Thank you for your time today. And thank you once again to Reverend Victor, Pastor Dari. Thank you. Pastor Zubi, I appreciate you. It's been a pleasure.
Somebody help me celebrate Bishop Feb. I think you can do better than that. All right. Great reward. How many of us are getting value in this summit? So much value, right? Glory. We give God the praise. Okay, so I want to get you relaxed a bit because we still have much more. Amen. We still have much more. And, we have the privilege today. It's not planned, but somehow God has us in mind. And in some way, he brought us someone very, very special to me. He does not know how special he is, but at least I know that one. I respect people who have clean approach to the way they handle their duties. And so I enjoy comedy, but I don't enjoy vulgarism and all of those things. So if there is one person that you enjoy, at least it will crack us up a little bit for a few minutes before we get to the next video. And the next one, the next session is going to be very insightful. You don't want to miss that one. Please make welcome the senior advocate of comedy, That's Sako this day to come and just.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Like you said, it wasn't planned. I had a meeting downstairs. I didn't even know my grand mentor was here. I hope you had a great time speaking to you. My grand mentor is Ali Baba because I have a mentor. And also, I'm very honored. I also found out when I was going to marry my wife 9 years ago that he is actually related to my wife. So my grand mentor is also my in-law. So I do the Migwo and the Vrendro. So I married an Robo lady. And my wife, I've been married for, so it's obvious I've been married for 9 years. My wife is a fantastic woman. She's the only one that had a surprise birthday for me that I paid for. I was surprised. It was my 30th birthday. I walked into the room, and I saw people that I have great respect for, and she hugged me. I saw the surprise on my face and asked me if I was surprised. I said yes, because she has not paid for the surprise. So since then, I told her, if you are planning any surprise, put it under miscellaneous. I studied accounting, just put it as miscellaneous. I will understand. Marriage has taught me a lot of marriage has taught me patience. And by the way, I'm an half caste. I'm partly Ondo, partly Delta. I speak Yoruba, I speak Igbo, and I also speak in tongues. But I don't interpret tongues. Amen. Praise God. And marriage has taught me, I know today's not about marriage, but for me, it's taught me things, sacrifice. I wanted to have our kids, wanted to have our first daughter in the US. We always see it where you have people, once your wife does get pregnant, US. I used to see my mentors do that. I didn't know they had backings, and I wanted to do the same thing in the US, Houston, Texas, when they sent us the bill for normal delivery, not operation, normal delivery. To the glory of God, we went to Island Maternity. It's not far from here. My daughter we were there for 2 days, and we paid 6,500 naira. To the glory of God, my daughter is a good Christian. She speaks in tongues. She's 8 years old. It's not about where you are born. It's about as long as your name is in the book of life. Yeah, 2 of my other children are US, but we didn't have the capacity for the first one. Because everything in life is about capacity. What you're learning right now, you're building capacity for it. And I've always learned that if you're asking for anything, be specific. Have you noticed that when you say you want a Toyota Corolla blue, every time you step out, you see the color? That's about every time you mention it. You've never seen it before, but once you mention something, you begin to see it everywhere. You say you want a 4-bedroom duplex. Everywhere you go, you must see that 4-bedroom duplex. That's how I got my first apartment. It happens like that. But I had to learn in a bad way because I'm the first one of 9 children from a polygamous family. I've shared this story over and over again. And if you grow up in a polygamous family, it's almost like a competition. Your children, your parents want, your mother wants your children to do well more than the other one wants. So it's so crazy. What I experienced in polygamy, I'm still scared of polygamy. That even when I failed JAM, I couldn't write polygam. Anything poly, because I thought it was a polygamous institution. I was scared of poly. I can't play Monopoly till date because I thought it was a polygamous game. Is that bad? It was that bad. Our room was so small that even to change our clothes, sometimes we go outside. So I was going to change my mind. I went outside because I just felt the room was too small to change my mind. I went to change my mind. Bad experience. So I made up my mind that before 25, I must get a car. I wasn't specific. Any car. Someone say any car. I got a car on the 8th of October, 2009. It was a car called Acura Legend. When I saw the car, I bought the car, and the greatest mistake I did in my life was to buy a car from a mechanic. I'm telling you, rewire. As soon as the guy saw me, he made a statement that made me very relaxed. He says, Moko, like you. I just like you. I said, why? He said, I just like your spirit. I said, for a car, no, but he said, I just want this car to go. I said, how much is the car? He said, it's 300. He said, but if you bring 250 now, we'll pay. I said, I didn't even have 250. I have 200. He said, don't worry, just take it. In 2 weeks' time, you can give me 50,000. I know if in this part of the world, if you want to sell a car, he's already giving you signs of end time. When I say signs of end time, meaning that it's too small. You just arrange it small and sell it off. So I didn't know that was all the guy did to me. 2 weeks, I drove the car. In 2 weeks' time, I was able to give him 50,000. As soon as I gave him that 50,000, virtue started coming out of me. There was nothing I did not change in that car. In fact, when my mother saw that car, I said, you bought this car? I said, yes, open the bonnet. She prayed with anointing. Mother don't pray with anointing. This car will not jam you. It will not jam somebody. The prayer she did not pray is it will not stop on the road. If you have prayed that prayer, it would have helped me. That car, I didn't know. I can take the car out sometimes. They say, I'm not going home today. There was nothing I did not change that car. I cannot be on. And that's the way your car will do. You know when it starts misbehaving. It says, I cannot be on Tom Mill and the car just say, Shumokumo, stop me by. Do you know I can stop you and not say, do, you'll be seeing, you just hear, pa! You just say, me or somewhere, Yamaje. He was overeating. The car could do overeating for no reason. During the day now, I put on AC. They did not bomb me well to put on AC around this time when the sun is too much. You say, I will kill you. That was nothing. April 10th, I took that car. April 10th, 2010, I took that car to Ibadan. As I was going to Ibadan, the car was laughing. If I get to Lagos today, call me bastard. Sincerely, that car did not get to Lagos. It was Mowe. It stopped at Mowe after redemption. He just says, you see this redemption? I parked. It was my mechanic that came to tow the car. I used that car for 6 months. I was not here. I didn't know. The car was doing overeating today, saying that when another car is doing overeating, I will know. What are you overeating? So how do you know? I said, we want to miss a machine here. I knew there was nothing that would happen to that car that I did not know. After 6 months, that virtue, there was nothing. I just said, this car must go. As I also repaired it a little. Say one good turn deserve another. I just repaired it a little. They changed the gasket. The car will go after. So, to the glory of God, a car was, I just put it up. And you know, when you want to sell a car, when you see that different plastic you see, it will let you know whether this car will last. When you see just normal bottle, regular bottle, you just know that it's just AC. But when you see the one that they put 25 liter and they pour sand, that is for sale and buy me. For sale is, it wants to go. Buy me means you must, as in, is a slave. You must let it go. So this guy came to meet me. Young guy was going to get married 1 week before. As soon as I saw him, I remember what I went through 6 months ago. I just told him, Moko like it. The guy said, why? Money, my worry, Moko like it. The guy says, he said he had 200,000. I said, take it. It was supposed to be 250 also because the things have changed in that car. That car, there was no depreciating. That car spent more than I bought it. So he said he had 250. He said he had 200. I said, don't worry. I give you 2 weeks. You pay. I thought that the things I did would last for another 2 weeks to collect my 50,000. When I dropped the car with him, collector, he said, do we need to sign? I said, no. You don't need to sign anything that you're owing me. I know that I will collect it from you. 2 weeks after, this guy called me Sako, with respect. Sasako. He doesn't call me. But 3 weeks after, I gave him 1 week. I didn't hear from him. After the 3 weeks, I called him. When I called him 3 times, he didn't pick. When he called me back, this time, he called me 3 times. Ayodele. He called my name now, full name. Ayodele. Ayodele. I said, what? He said, he's currently at the hospital. I said, in that car. Virtue is coming out of him. I said, where is the car now? I said, where you say it's in the hospital? He's taking the 3rd drip. I said, where is the car? He says it's at the museum that they are examining. Thank you so much and have a wonderful day. Thank you. God bless you. Yeah? Or should I do one more? Okay, so I'll just do one more. You know, so, okay, I'll do one more. You know, one thing that I've discovered about business is that apart from the fact that we try to put structure, just one government policy can affect everything. Hope you know, can affect. One policy can affect. And I think out of the box and I say that imagine the governor of Lagos State says from May 1st. May 1st used to be what day was Workers' Day? Yes, May 1st. And he says, if he says that every 1st of May, if you speak vernacular, just to honor workers, you know, or honor something. I say if you speak vernacular in Lagos State, you pay a fine. It's going to be an issue. It does policy. If he puts it up now, it becomes a policy. It means that everybody in Lagos on the 1st of May must speak English. So if you can't speak English, it's either you start going to Ogun State, you just go at Mowe, you just once you just pass that bridge, just say more to Ogun State, more about me, you know. Because it's going to be issue, especially for people that speak vernacular or like to speak Yoruba, especially all those people that argue football. Have you seen them at newspaper stand? They are there talking about politics. And now, May 1st, you have to speak English. And you are a Man U fan. The guy that's Man U can speak English. You see what Man U played yesterday? It was beautiful. Arsenal was saying, He said, what do you have to say? And there are Kai officials monitoring everybody. For every time you speak vernacular, you pay 1,000 naira for vernacular that you have been speaking all your life. He said, what do you have to say? Saying the same thing. He said, you want to say, kind. Or normally you step on anybody, say, "Alaye kilo she na making foilating it," but because you have to speak English, and this guy steps on you, and he's like, "Ah." You that stepped on, you say, "What is it?" He said, "What is it?" Match me. He said, "What is it?" He will not start calling, and you know you'll say, "What is it? What is it?" I know that man. The one that will affect is all those conductors that can shout, "Oh, should okay, oh, should okay." Nigeria conductor will be shouting, "Oh, should okay." Nigeria will be shouting, "Shekolo isale." Conductor any money okay, and isale. And you have to enter with one. They'll tell you enter with your change. Some people will still enter without change, right? You have them. Now a day two, which is April 30th, the guy would have said, "Alaye, so ibolo lao." That the early morning commercial, "Oh, show the up, oh, show the up." Malo koja ye, don't say one more chance. You can't even on here. Taba well, oh, share alone here. So the next morning is rehearse. "Oh, show the up, oh, show the up." One more chances, enter. That's how you have to shout. So you shout, "Oh, show the up, oh, show the up." So somebody is speaking. "Hello, sir. I heard you saying up. Are you going down?" Sadiq. He goes, always saying, I say, "Okay, you say down." I say, "On there." You know, enter with your change, and then the person enters. And you think this person, and because you want more chances, it's just one more chance, one more chances, and then this guy enter. Normally,
This man has been involved in Christian gospel music for 40 years, working as a record producer, bass player, label manager, and A&R manager. This has encouraged him to work with many worship leaders, musicians, and songwriters, including Redman, Israel Hampton, Martin Smith, Maya Robinson, Tim Hughes, Sinach, and Graham Kendrick. West has also written a book called Missing Jimmy, documenting the development and impact of worship in the UK church over the past 50 years. West currently heads up the World and Worship Trust, which has a heart to develop and amplify the worship of the nations. West is married to Judith, and they are based in Eastbourne, East Sussex. In a wide-ranging interview with Pastor Barry Coley, please welcome West Meyer to take over at the summit.
All right, I want to welcome you all again to the summit, and I'm thankful to God that God helped us to pull this up. And my name is Dario Kolawole once again, and I want to thank you for joining us at the summit. I believe that this is one of the best summits that you will ever attend. Welcome to TakeOver at the summit. And today in the studio with me, I have the privilege and pleasure of hosting this great man of God. His name is simply Les. We'll call him Les. Welcome to TakeOver at the summit.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for choosing to give us this time. It means a lot to us, and we're grateful to God that God brought you our way today. And so, before I go into asking all the questions that we can ask, we don't have all the time, but at least let me just start by saying, so who is Les Moore? Tell us about you and your journey of 40 years in this industry, the music industry. Tell us a bit about that, beyond what is written in the profile that we already listened to and all of that. Tell us a bit more about you.
Well, I was saying I was brought up in the Salvation Army, which is a church that is full of music. And I grew up and I learned to play the trumpet and brass instruments when I was 5, 6 years old. And so there was always music and worship in our house, in our church. And that was a great experience. And then when I was 11 years old, I was given a guitar. And I learned to use that guitar, and I learned to play bass on that guitar, which became my instrument. And then when I was 18, I left school and I went to work in a recording studio in London, which was a mainstream studio. And then when I was about 22 years old, I moved to a town called Eastbourne to work in a studio called ICC, Recording Studios. And that really is the home of Christian music in the UK. And the first month I arrived there, I was asked to work on an album with a worship leader called Graham Kendrick.
Oh, yeah.
And that was his very first worship album. Oh. So I entered ICC and the recording world the same time as Graham was starting to record his worship albums. And so at that point, we saw these new worship songs come to the church. And we saw God use them to change the church. Wow. In the UK. And then from there, I went on to become a record producer and produced many albums for worship leaders and groups and teams. And then, in fact, I produced 15 albums for Graham Kendrick, which included the March for Jesus albums. So that was amazing. And then I became what they call an A&R manager for a record company called Kingsway.
Sorry, what's the meaning of A&R for the purpose of the summit audience? So
So the A&R means artists and recordings, or artists and recordings. Okay. So that means I look after the development of the artist, the coaching of them, the nurturing of them, but also I look after the albums that they make, all the recordings that they make, making sure that they, are really a quality recording, and also, that the mix is right, that all the sound is right. And so because I was a record producer, I was able to bring that into my experience as A&R. But we also think that A&R stands for airports and restaurants, because we're always traveling, we're always talking to worship leaders and artists in a restaurant. That's their happy place. That's where, and we're always talking to them about their dreams, about their visions, what they feel God is saying. And so I would spend many hours talking to musicians and worship leaders. And usually, actually, sometimes when you just talk, they'll say a phrase, and you say, "I think that might be a song." Just from hearing one phrase. Oh. And then they'll go, "Oh," and then they go, "I've been thinking that as well." And then they'll take it back, and then they'll start to work on that.
Maybe after this session, I'll look for a phrase.
And there you go. Yeah, because everyone's always looking for a fresh way to say an old truth. So, there's obviously so many promises and words of truth in the Bible, and with these new worship songs, it's finding a new way to say those things, things that have never been said before, and just revealing more about the character of God. And then when I was at A&R, and I was just seeing what God was doing in the church in the UK. And then what happened was there was a move of God with the young people. It was the early 90s, 92, 93. The Spirit of God started to move with the young people. And, there's a phrase that says, whenever God moves, there's new music. And that's what happened. This next generation, they started to make their own music. And I was just cheering them on. And then I went to my boss, and a guy called John Pack, and I said, "John, look what God's doing with these young people. Can we start a label just for them?" And so he allowed me to start a record label called Survivor Records. And it was great because we could make our own sound. We didn't have to sound like the fathers or the mothers. Okay. That generation could make their own sound. And so I was able to help nurture that and encourage that. And so it's wonderful. I said, Pastor, one of the first people that we signed or got involved with was a young worship leader called Matt Redman. He was 17 years old.
Wow.
And then we started to work together. And then a couple of years after him, there was another worship leader called Tim Hughes. He was 16 years old. And then when he was 19, he wrote Here I Am to Worship, the song.
Here I am to worship.
That's the song.
Wow.
Yeah, so there's just these young guys in England now, and I had the privilege of like coaching them through and bring them through, and yeah, it was just wonderful to see that. And and then Kingsway became part of Integrity. So then I became part of Integrity Music, and that was a joy. And yeah, so we started to work with the Worship of the Nations. And I was telling my final thing, but so encouraged that 4 years ago I met Sinach, and then because I'd heard the song Waymaker, and I felt that was a song that wasn't just for Nigeria, it was for the nations. And so we were able to facilitate seeing that song go around the world. So, and everybody knows it came from Nigeria.
So seeing that you played a significant role in the international contemporary worship music community, so can you share some of the insights that you have gleaned over the years with us, with the Summit audience today?
Yeah. Well, my whole thing really has been two things: to bless what I see the Father doing. So, and
bless what you see the Father doing.
Yeah. So as my role at A&R was like, I would travel around and, God's doing this in this situation, or God's doing this over here. How can we bless that? Or you see God using a certain individual. So how can I use that? So I started to hear things about different nations where God was moving, and I would travel there and trying to encourage that, whether South Africa, Mumbai, or Brazil. Went to Brazil and went to Canada. So just Nashville, obviously, and then encouraging the new sound that was coming from there. But the other thing that's been really foundational and key to us is to build community. So we're building relationships with people in different nations. And we're learning from them. We're not just going to different nations saying we're going to teach you how to do it. We're going to different nations saying, what can we learn from you? And I was, we were in our discussion, when we talk about Nigeria, it's amazing that God is, there's these great congregations, aren't they, there? Events like The Experience and other churches, where there's hundreds of thousands of people gathering together. And we're not seeing that yet in England and in the UK. And we want to learn from the church in Nigeria, about how to see that happen here and that dynamic, and how is the worship when there's 500,000 people in one field? What's the worship like? What are the songs that need to be written for those events? So I've learned from in terms of worship, the international worship community, my thing is to learn from what God is doing in other nations, but also to impart what He's given us, me, to the others, and also to encourage people to make their own sound, to write their own songs, to write songs in their own language, in their heart language, not just to be singing the songs of Sydney or America, but to sing the songs about what God is doing in their nation.
So you've spoken across several things now, and several questions kept jumping at me while you were speaking. All right, so share with us one thing that has worked for you over the years, and it's still working for you today, and it's like a turning point in your journey.
Yeah.
And it can also be helpful for the newer generation. You know, the 1991 generation are becoming an old generation now, and now. So this is 2022.
Yeah.
I believe there are people right at the summit today who are just wondering, okay, so here is Les. He's been in this for 4.
Band was a Christian, and we had a mainstream record deal, and we were playing all these arenas and concert venues and ice hockey stadiums across Europe and Eastern Europe. And then what happened was that band came to an end, and I came back to a place called Eastbourne to join a church. And when I was at the church, my pastor said to me, Les, I don't want you to travel for a few months. I want you to be at home and get rooted into this church. So I turned down any work that took me away. But what happened was this older lady, she came to me at church and she said, young man, what are you doing? And I was talking to her and she goes, can you help me with my garden? And so I said, yeah, I'm not going anywhere. And she offered me some money. But what happened was I was doing these old ladies' gardens. So I started to argue with God. I said, God, 2 months ago, I was playing in stadiums and arenas in Europe. I says, but now I'm doing this. And I said, what is going on? And I felt the Lord said to me, Les, I have not called you to be a star. I've called you to be a servant. And he said, and then as I was pulling the weeds out of the garden, God was pulling the weeds out of me. But this whole thing about God has called us to be a servant, to serve. And I said, well, who do you want me to serve? And he said, I want you to serve anointed artists. I want you to serve the anointed musicians. So I started looking around to see who God was using. And then I started to help to try and serve them or encourage them. And then through that, you know, I'd send them cards, I'd go to their concerts, I'd just write them notes, I'd send them CDs then. But I just asked them, how can I help you? And then through that role of a servant, then the Lord blessed me. And then these guys started to accept me, and they started to give me more and more responsibility. And then what happened? You know, they gave me so much, and so that was probably the most important thing that I had. God wasn't calling me to be the star. God was calling me to be the servant. And then through that, so my whole thing every time has been, how can I serve you? You know, how can I serve this person? And then we read in Philippians 2, don't we, about Jesus with the nature of a servant. And he would, you know, lay down his life. But then he was exalted. And so I found that's what happened. When you serve, God blesses it.
Wow. I'm sure the younger generation, we are learning some very, very critical things about. So now, you just described this like you served
and not straight away. Not straight away. You have to serve. Yeah.
So this service, how long did it take before it started bearing fruit in terms of what we call the material blessing?
Yeah. Actually, that probably about a year. Yeah, probably about a year or two. And then, but the thing is, you don't serve to get material blessing. That's not the heart motive to learn. You don't do that. Oh, if I serve, I'll get rich. You know, you don't think that way. You think, God has called me to serve. Jesus served. I'm following his example. And then what happens is God gives you so much back. You know, and God's really surprised me. Some really big phone calls, you know, from people, and all I did was give them advice or, you know, make a suggestion or just encourage them. And so from that, you know, people, once they received that blessing, they blessed me back.
So, in this journey, because one of the things that the younger generation struggle with the most are distractions.
Yes, agree.
So, how did you manage distraction on this journey?
That's a great question. That's a great question.
Stay focused?
Yeah. Well, there was actually a book written called Focus, and I read that probably about.
So, who's the author?
No, I'm trying to remember the name of it.
Okay.
But it was really helpful, really, really helpful. I think it might be Jim Collins, but it was very, very good, and and also I was very blessed to have a prophetic people around me, prophets.
Okay.
And they would tell me what they saw God had called me to do. And so I would also, I'd write that down. Most weeks I would read that again. I would read the prophetic words that they said to me. So I knew God had called me to serve anointed artists, to work with worship leaders, to help songwriters, to help the worship of the nations. So I just kept that firm in my focus.
Okay. Okay. Knowing exactly what God has called you to do.
Yes.
And just staying with it.
Yes, definitely.
Staying with it.
Yeah. I love that. And also that I love this first chapter of Joshua.
Okay.
When it said, don't turn to the right, don't turn to the left. Just keep on that thing, yeah. And that was a big one for me. Joshua, the first 6 verses, be strong and courageous. Do the work God has called you to do.
So, when you were a much younger person, so maybe I'm looking at this. What are the pitfalls to avoid, the dangers to look out for in ensuring that you make the most of what God has called you into?
Yeah. There's a man called Bob Jones, and he said, watch out for the 3 Gs.
3 Gs, okay.
Yeah. Girls, gold, and glory. So that's
Girls, gold, and glory.
Yes.
Okay, so what if I'm a girl this time around?
That's so it'd be a guy. I'm a guy, gold and glory.
Oh, okay.
So that would be it. But so there was just those things. And but the thing we were talking about earlier about being in community, that was a really key thing for me. I had friends around me, brothers, and they would be really honest with me, and they would keep me accountable. Do you know what I mean? And if there's any time I got, walking off track, they would call me back or challenge me on things that I said. So I found that's really, really helpful. And so I've stayed in community. I've never got on my own. I've always stayed close to, spiritual fathers and mothers, and friends, and even when I travel or when I'm involved in different projects, I have intercessors that are praying for myself and my wife. So just making sure we're staying on course, and so I think that whole thing of just staying in community, or even staying, a big thing early on was for musicians to be in church. Yeah, do you mean that they didn't get they didn't get separated from church? That they stayed in that family, and the family who know them.
Okay, yeah.
Do you mean, and then I know their strengths and their weaknesses. So I've just always stayed in community.
Great. So talking about this accountability, accountability is a very, very critical word, and I know how much it can protect you.
Yes.
And I know how much you can be exposed without being accountable. So what would you say is the role of a mentor in a spiritual mentor, a career mentor, a business mentor in your pursuit of the dream that God has put on your heart?
I think it's vital. Whether you want to call it a mentor or a pastor, someone who keeps you on course, who's not afraid to ask you tough questions, and how are you? How's your marriage? How's all these finances? How's all these things? They talk to you. They come to you with the hard questions, not just the spiritual questions. Do you know what I mean? And so I love that, and I need it. I need that in my life, and but also they encourage you. They encourage. So for me, as a mentor and as a coach to many worship leaders, then even last night I was with a worship leader, and I told him that this was good. Maybe this could have been better. So all the time you're like, nurturing and just helping them go further. And I think that those people who do that are vital, because it was vital in my life. It's vital in others' lives too.
Okay. Now, so let me dive into this. A few more questions.
Yeah, definitely.
Before we get done with this.
No, fine.
So you are the author of the book titled "The Missing Jewel."
Yes.
And I took a glance just before we started this meeting, and it's an amazing book, really.
Thank you.
From the few points I just read, and you chronicled the development of music, the worship ministry in the United Kingdom, in Europe, and you like you mentioned to me that it came out of your experience with a book by A.W. Tozer.
Yes.
Who said that the missing jewel in the evangelicals is worship.
Yes.
So tell us, what do you see as the missing links for the worshippers in this generation? What is missing? Because there are songs. I can be a bit old school, so there are songs years gone by that just I pick on them and I'm like, how did they get this? So what's the missing link?
I would say the missing link probably is substance. So when we look at a hymn, we see the substance of the hymn. We see the truth in the song, and so I think I would encourage even more truth, more Word of God in the song, not just that this is how I'm feeling today. I would encourage people to write about what God is saying, what they're reading, and to put that in song. And what I love, Pastor, is when the verse is full of truth. So we would say we inhale the truth, inhale the verse, and then the chorus we exhale praise, and it's a response to the revelation of the verse. So if you look at that, how great is our God, the song, the verses, the Godhead 3 in 1, talking about theology and who God is, and then the response is, how great is our God, how great is our God. Or we talk about 10,000 reasons.
Okay.
Yeah. And the verse is full of the truth, full of theology, who God is, and then the response of the chorus is, bless the Lord, oh my soul. And then obviously the big one would have been, how great thou art. When in the verse would say, when I consider all that you have done, and then the response is, then sings my soul. My Savior God to thee, how great thou art.
So it's first the depth.
Yes, the truth.
The truth, yeah.
And then the chorus is a response to that.
Wow.
So I would encourage the songwriters to have more truth in the verse, especially. Yeah. But one thing I've been encouraging people is to write and sing in their own languages and their own line. People sing their own songs the loudest. So when you sing in your own heart language, there's a whole nother level of singing and worshiping, because it's not in a second language, it's not in a language, it's not in your heart. Do you mean? And so we've been encouraging people to write in their own heart language. Write about what God is doing in their town, their church, their nation. And I think, and it's been very powerful.
So you talked about Graham Kendricks, you've talked about Martha Redman, you've talked about Sinach, for example. And I'm asking, so what makes their song, what makes their songs different from every other genre, every other thing that you hear? What's it about their songs that makes it go viral, if you ask me, cut across several long nations? What's that?
Come out of that. So and then they play it to trusted friends, and the trusted friends will, give them good critique, and make the song usually even better, or maybe that bit's too long. We've got this funny phrase. Sometimes a verse is too long before it gets to the chorus. So we say, "Don't bore us, get to the chorus." So it's just people have and they're open to that. They're because of the trust. So say with Matt Redman, we've known each other for over 25 years. So he would say, "What do you think?" So I can be honest with him. I don't have to talk too generally. I just say, "No, I think this bit's great," or "I think we can make this bit shorter," or so those people are really generally in teams that they would help sharpen the song. But but the thing is, the church trusts them. They have, because of their ministries, the church trusts. So they would trust Sinach because of who she is.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, and so because of their faithfulness.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, then their people their hearts are open to hear new songs from these people.
Okay. Trust them. All right. I'm sure that the Summit audience have learned so much. But before I go to the final question, I want to make a bit of a digression, and that's about family. That's about marriage. So before we started this session, you mentioned to me that you've been married for 39 years.
Yeah, 39 years. My wife deserves a medal or gold ring, something like that.
I think I need to
for my wife.
Yeah. So how have you guys stayed together for that long?
Yeah. Well, she's beautiful. If you see her, you would understand everything, So, but she's obviously a wonderful person. But the thing that's really helped us in our marriage is that we've always discussed decisions together. So I learned quite early on as well that we should do that. And so my wife's called Judith. Judith, she always feels part. Very much so. We're doing this together. So
is she a music person too?
And not really. She loves music. She loves worship, but she's very discerning. So even if I see a young worship leader and I think, wow, they're amazing and they've got so much potential, very early on, I will bring them to meet my wife. And she will discern any problems but usually she said yes, that I love this person, and so I have her almost like her permission we're doing this together, because when you're working with creative young people, it's not 9 to 5, it's all day. So you get phone calls at any time, or you will go and see them. You'll go to conference where they're at, and just be with them. And so when we get committed to people, then we're in it for the long journey. So even if they go through times of difficulty, or then we hang in with them. And there's been some problems with some worship leaders, and not of their own fault, and we've just stayed with them. We've stayed with them, and then they come through that season, and they're strong, and so when we get committed to someone, we're really in it, as you say, for the long journey.
Wow.
Do you know what I mean? And because just seeing God fulfill, I love that Psalm 138. It said God will fulfill His purposes for us, and just stay committed to see God's purposes fulfilled in their lives.
That's awesome. 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 So, maybe any final words for the summit guests today? Just talk to us, look at the camera, talk to the younger generation and the older generation.
Yeah. Well, I would just encourage you to make the music that's in your heart. Make the music that's in your heart. Don't the music. It says when there's a move of God, there's always new music. And so I believe from this generation that you should make your own sound. Your sound is going to be different than your father's and your mother's, but I just give you permission to go for it and to try out all these new things, try these new rhythms and new ways. And Lord, I pray that.
Wow.
Amen.
What can I say? Thank you so much, Les. This has been a very, very insightful one, especially for those people in the creative. And this is very applicable, practical. And thank you so much for your time. We hope that you yield to our call again. Maybe the next time we will have to do it physically.
Yeah, let's do that.
By the grace of God.
I love that.
We'll look forward to that.
Yeah. I love Lagos.
We'd love to have you in Lagos. And thank you so much. Global Harvest Church is grateful. The TakeOver Summit audience are grateful. I'm sure that they will be saying thank you.
Fantastic.
For giving to the Lord.
Okay.
Thank you so
much. Have a great conference.
All right. Thank you so much. God bless you. All right. God bless you.
Angela Ajala. For over 30 years, Angela Ajala has been...
Just a second, guys. Sorry about that. She's supposed to... Sorry about that. Can I ask that, can you have lights on to see the faces of the people in the other side? I want to ask a question.
Angela Ajala. For over 30 years, Angela Ajala has been in the education and training industry, where she has won multiple awards. The executive director of Ladella Schools since 1997, Angela established a tradition of annual corporate social responsibility among the children to reach out to their community. And during the lockdown, was the only school that went round to donate food and money to the vulnerable and orphans through a school project. A multiple degree holder, Angela is a Goldman Sachs scholar who boasts of certified specializations in business innovation and strategy, leadership, and counseling, among others. She has led the African Women Entrepreneurship Program, an association positioning women for export across global platforms and empowering them to be voices of change in their communities. Angela is a qualified quality assurance manager and internal verifier and is the council chairperson of the Sector Skill Council for Education, responsible for promoting quality care in education through the National Skills Qualification Framework. She sits and has sat on multiple boards, including BIC Corporate Foundation, Enterprise Development Center, Pan Atlantic University, Lagos, National Board for Technical Education, MBTE, the IREDE Foundation, Business Support Group, and many more. Here to share what it takes to develop an educator's mindset. Welcome to TakeOver at the Summit, a best-selling author, coach, mentor, a mother of 2, grandmother of 3, and outstanding administrator, Angela Ajala.
your competitors. List them. Say, these 5, we're in the same industry. These are my competitors. Then list at least 7 indicators. Say, these 7 indicators, I want to look at it in comparison with my competitors. Maybe the pricing, maybe our visibility, maybe our brand, maybe our positioning, maybe the things we offer. List 7 indicators. Score your competitors and score yourself. See where you stand on the scale to see if truly you are giving the extra. So maybe website look. You go to the competitors, you look at their website, you see what they're doing, and you see what you're doing. Maybe you score them 9 over 10, and you score yourself 5 over 10. Maybe you look at access. You see what they're doing. Is there access? Is there this? You score yourself. Maybe you look at pricing. And then you say, if their pricing is this, I want to be the affordable version, but of the same highest quality, and position myself in that way. You have to do that so that you begin to align yourself properly. So where you need to give the extra, you give the extra. Where you think you are doing well, you do more. And that is why for each time you want to organize yourself, be it personally, be it business-wise, you look at your SWOT. When you look at your strengths, your weaknesses, your opportunities and threats, you see where your weaknesses are and how you can outsource and collaborate or partner so that your weakness is not shown, but is rather strengthened with somebody else's strength. Don't go alone in anything. There's no need for it. Absolutely no need to walk alone. They say if you walk alone, you will walk fast. But if you walk together, you will walk far. So do you want to be fast and burn out, or do you want to go far? Collaborations and partnerships will be very key in the journey in which we are in, because not one person knows it all or has it all. Let's go on. I'm an educator. I've been in the education industry for over 35 years. That's been my life. But I've also been able to diversify into many things. And if you look at what you are doing, there's none of you here that you cannot write or teach on the things you do. You know, many times we tell people, why don't you do an online course? Why don't you tell? They say, I don't know how to. You might not know how to write the course, but you can debrief to somebody and put it online that this is what it is. And that's another avenue for you. It's still within your industry. And I remember one of our coaches gave me an example. He said they had the bakery. And in that bakery, it was just bread. He was baking. But over time, he became one of the best. I said, how did you get to do that? He said, because he now began to look within and to see what could happen again. So he saw into the industry. He saw that there was a time that, burns and scalds were the common accidents in the bakery. So he got a very special kind of plaster and began to use it. All of a sudden, people were asking for that plaster. So he branded it. That became another money spinner. Then he decided that, why only plaster? Let me get a first aid box that is tailored only to bakeries, so that every kind of accident that can happen in a bakery, anything you need to quickly attend to it is available. So he got a first aid box. That became another brand. Then from there, he now decided that, let me begin to teach people how to bake. I'm different types. So he started offering baking classes. Another stream opened. From opening baking classes, people started asking him, but how do you mix this? How do you mix that? A recipe book came out. So he did a recipe book. Another, still on baking bread, something else came out, a recipe book. Then he discovered that mothers were complaining. What do we give our children to take for lunch? What do we do? So he created the box with 5 different types of snacks that could last for a week, Monday to Friday. So you have fish roll, meat pie, this, and those lunch boxes, you don't need to think as a mother, you just take one per day. So that became another thing. Then he now decided that, in his area, weekends, people like bread. So he started a local collection of area, fresh bread every morning before 10. Before you know it, other areas were calling. How many streams have I in just one bakery? One bakery. So you can see that a lot can happen if your mindset shifts. If it doesn't shift, you can't think, you can't do anything. It's so close to everything because the only thing you are seeing and the only thing you are internalizing are the challenges and the problems of the country. So you must see how you are going to rise above that so that your mind can open to see the amazing array of things, even just within one simple industry. So just within that, see the circle that has been created without leaving the bakery. So let's go on. We say, how often do we meet people who leave a lasting impression? For us as educators, we expect that if, as an educator, you are dealing with children, you are not just dealing with children, you are dealing with the future. And so it's important that because you are dealing with the future, you get it right with them, the morals, the values, what you stand for, the culture they have spoken about. What does your culture embody? Because it is what the children will take with them as they go. So for those that perhaps want to go into the education field in any way, that is the greatest place where you can change the mindset of the young ones. Because many times you will tell your child, do it this way. No, my teacher said it is like this. Have you heard that before? Can we do it this way? No. My teacher said this is how. And so it is important that if you are in that field, you are able to amass a crop of staff that can see your vision, that can know the type of children you want to raise, and that the language they are speaking is a language of the future that will build the values you want to see in the children of the future. So very key for us to go on. Go on. Now, we've talked about mindset, and I've said mindset is your collection of your thoughts, and they shape your habits. So if you think, for example, that, Nigeria, it can't work. It's only a few people that can make it. Because you have said that, you won't do anything again. You will just do minimum. Because your mindset has taught you that, so it has affected your habit. So your habit does not now make it possible for you to try beyond where you are. And then your mindset impacts how you make sense of the world and how you make sense of yourself. So in everything, it starts with the mind. The mindset is a great deal. If you live here today with a goal that by December 31st, this is what you want to achieve, career-wise, business-wise, family-wise, relationship-wise, money-wise, and you put the action plans and you set the SMART goals and you begin to walk towards it, you will go beyond where you are today. Many times we go to these summits. Many times we go to all these workshops. We listen, we clap, we go. It stops there. No implementation. Take a step further and say, this time, these are the things I will implement, and begin to try. Once you do your part, God will do his own part. In Matthew 16:19, I quote, he said, and I will give unto you the keys of the kingdom of heaven. Which means there is a key. Even in your industry, there is a key. There was a time there was a popular topic that was trending about the 7 mountains of influence. How many of you have heard it? There are 7 mountains of influence that shape the entire thing that we're all doing. When we finish this summit, go and read about it. Maybe the one from Joshua Selma or from anybody, but there are 7 mountains of influence. And these 7 mountains of influence, they determine the entire world. You will find yourself within one of the mountains. And to enter into any one of them, there is a key. There are gatekeepers you must break for you to enter into it. You just don't go in anyhow. And you must know how to take the key. Now, God has told us, behold, I have given you the key. Now, if they give you the key and you don't know the door, can you open? It's not possible. If they give you the key and it's a special kind of key and you see the door and nobody takes you and teaches you and says, this is how to do it, this is what you need to do, can you open? So, just as it is in the spiritual, so it is in the physical. Many times, everything you desire or you need has been determined spiritually. It is your activation that needs to bring the physical to birth. Many times, because you don't do it, you don't get to the place where you need to get to. So it is important to know that whatever it is you need is already in the Bible. It's in the Word of God. God has assured you. Has been done. He's waiting for you to do your part. He said he gives you the key. The key gives you access. And so it's important that you must take the key to get access. Next slide. Now, we have types of mindset. If your mindset is fixed, which means nothing can convince you. If they say, you say, it's only for a few people. We need to, it's not for us. I'm looking for work. I've applied to CBN. No, but CBN is what you call like that. Is your father a senator? Or do you know the minister? Forget it. Just look for something else. Fixed mindset. At this summit, because we're taking over, we must make sure that we enter into a mindset of growth that sees possibilities everywhere. So if you have a growth mindset, you believe that your talents and your abilities can be developed. Of growth mindset versus fixed mindset, you know. If you have a growth mindset, a challenge is not a challenge. It's just an opportunity. You accept it because it's an opportunity to see a new wave of success unfolding before you. Not when you see a challenge, you just dodge. You say, no, this is a major challenge. I can't. No. A growth mindset will face the challenge. A fixed mindset will just ignore it and say, this is not my league. A growth mindset, you will learn from feedback. Many times people criticize, they give you feedback. Depending on how you take it. Take the lessons from it. Forget the personality that has said it. Because you'll be amazed what can come out even in the mouth of even those you perceive as those not for you. The promise and the provision is the wilderness. You haven't seen the provision. You've heard the promise. And you are wondering, will I get there? Will I get there? You will get there. Because the assurances of the word of God very clear on our lives. He said, for I know the plans and the thoughts I have for you. They are plans of good. So it is not possible that this will not be it. You need to now hold on to it and make sure that you do the things. You don't hold on to it doing nothing. You hold on to it doing your part because his own part has been done. Next slide. Why does mindset matter? It matters a lot because it is the foundation for your success. You say, as a man thinketh, that is it. That's why your mindset is key. As you think, so you are. One of the key takeaways is change your mindset. Change how you speak. Determine what you want to learn. Begin to speak the language of what you want to see. That is the language you want to see. Begin to speak it. Maybe you've never even applied to have an international passport. Begin to think that, there's a summit in Dubai in December I must plan for. You begin to plan it. You begin to walk towards it. So it's not just to speak in faith and do nothing. No. You know that kind of speaking in faith, you just want God to drop it. You must do your part. And just like one of them said, you want to buy a Corolla, all of a sudden you begin to see Corolla. You want to do this, all of a sudden. The moment you begin, God has a way of bringing everything to conspire to work in your favor. Because he knows that is the next thing. Because you've taken that step. But if you take no step, there's nothing he wants to work with. Nothing. Even when Mary told them, go and tell Jesus, and he told them to fill the jars. There was a jar now. Not that there was a jar, there was water. Fill it with water. Then something will happen. But that you have nothing, then you are giving God nothing to work with. So enter the takeover mode and decide, these are the things I want to work with, that I need. Next slide. You must align an entrepreneurial mindset to your thinking. In the world in which we are today, everybody must be an entrepreneur. I tell my teachers, I said you must be entrepreneurial teachers. You can't just say, except you are standing in front of a group of children. It can't happen. So it's important that your mindset embrace challenges. Don't let challenges deter you. You meet a small challenge and then you let go and said, no, I can't do this. No. Challenge every day. It's not going to go away. It's not new. It's not now. It will continue to come. The important thing is when you fall and you fail, do you remain there or are you able to stand? You must decide that nothing will keep you down. You must always make sure that you develop new skill sets to succeed in the future. When Corona came, and we've all been used to traditional teaching, everybody had to begin to learn how to teach online, how to do things. So what are the new skill sets that will be required in your industry, in the niche you are going to? Don't remain stagnant. What are the new skill sets you need to have that you can begin to build? Don't let a year or even a quarter pass that there's nothing new you have learned that you can apply, that you can give value to, that can add value to your life. And how do you develop your entrepreneurial set clearer goal? We just said goal. I want to lose weight. I'm thinking of losing weight this year. Have I said anything? I've not said anything. But if I say, I want to lose 5 kg by the end of August, which means I have a number, I have a target, I know I'm going to do it. So make sure that they are clear. Put time, put figures, so that you are praying with it, you are worrying with it, you are working with it, so that it's clear what you want to do. Then you must practice being decisive. You must redefine failure. You must face your fears, and you must learn how to be curious. Always be curious. Be checking. What is happening here? How do we do this? What is the next thing we need to do? How? If you are not curious and you are not asking questions, you will not be creative and you will not be innovative. If you just accept things the way they are, learn to be curious. Learn to know the new things that are out now. Next slide. Now, these are the kind of characteristics you must have. You must embrace in going forward. You must be able to confront anything that is causing you to have self-doubt in yourself. Confront it and say, no, this is not who I am. This is what I'm going to do, and all that. You must be held accountable. There must be accountability in what you do. Is there somebody holding you accountable? You must have an accountability partner if you don't have one. Somebody you respect. Somebody you know will ask you if this has been done. Ask, these are my goals. These are the things I want to do. Can you hold me accountable? These are my timelines and all that. So that there's somebody challenging you and making sure that it is happening for you. You must resilience. I think every Nigeria even has natural resilience. Nigeria has shaken all of us that we're naturally resilient. But build up resilience, willingness to experiment. You must have positive mental attitude. Your attitude will determine what you see. If your attitude is not positive, you don't see anything good in anything. And so you are not able. When opportunities come, they just slide by. And you wonder, how did other people get those opportunities? They were there. But because your attitude was negative, you didn't see it. So rise above what you see. They will say, there's a saying about not what you hear, not what you see, but something greater. So make sure you are doing that. Then creative mindset, intrinsic motivation and be driven, tenacity, ability to learn from failure. You must be able to communicate clearly. Network. Ali Baba spoke about network. Network is very great. If you go to any function, read up about the function. Find out those who are going. Find out among those that will be coming, those that you need. And make sure you position yourself to see them with your call cards. When I'm going, there was a function I was going for. There were 5 people I needed to see there. And I took my only 5 cards. I said, these are the 5 people I need here. So when I was now talking with somebody, he now asked me, do you have your card here? He's not among the 5. I said, my card. I said, can I just take your number, so I'll call you? Because I just knew I couldn't waste. I was already, I have arranged the 5 people that I wanted to exchange those cards with because of the things I wanted to continue with them. And networking takes a lot of work. Because it's relationship, which means after you have exchanged your cards, after they've given you, you need to do an email or you need to do a WhatsApp. You need to remind them, we met at so place. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you for what you told me. Thank you, sir. After a week, how is it going, sir? I hear you are into this. How you manage it? You must build, you must nurture it. So you don't create networks and that's the end of it. It's a building of a relationship, especially if it is key to what you want. So you just don't meet, and people can go to an event, distribute 100 cards, and that's it, and nothing happens. Oh, I gave out a lot of my complimentary cards. To what end? So make sure you are very strategic when you go for networking events, and let every event be an opportunity for you to network, and make sure you network strategically so that you are clear about what you're doing. And then build a solid brand. Even if you are a one-man person, as you are going, as you are doing things, be building your brand. The things you put out, internet does not forgive and it does not forget. Never forgets. So be careful, be deliberate, because the things you put out there, people are seeing, people are following, people are checking you out, and you are building your brand gradually. I remember when 2 incidents I will share with you. There was a school in the UK that wanted to partner with us. So each time they were connected to University of Leeds. So the VC came and said, we're trying to get a solid educator to partner with. But the stories we have heard about Nigeria, we're afraid. So we don't fall into the wrong hands. So we're being careful. So the person told them, have you tried Mrs. Ajala? Have you spoken to her, Ladela School? They said, no, we've never heard of her. So why don't you try her? So they said, okay. The VC himself told me this story. He said that they went to another function again. And they said, why don't you have a partnership with somebody here? I said, Nigeria. He said, have you spoken to, again, as God will position my name again, have you spoken to Mrs. Ajala? So they said, no. So the next thing they did, they went to search my digital footprints. Everything about me digitally. Everything about my work digitally. Everything I had said, to see if it was in line with their values and if this person being recommended truly has a brand. So they went, okay. So then they reached out. So when I asked them, I said, oh, why us? They now told me the story. So from day one, that now that we're in the age of internet, the only way I can know a little bit about you is to search you out and to know your thoughts, to see how you feel, what you say, what you believe in, how you do it. I'm not going to ask you physically. So the first place I will go is online. So make sure your online presence represents what you stand for. Don't follow the crowd on that and want to do the wrong thing and showcase the wrong thing. Let your brand be clear from day one, even if you are nobody, because the history is there for everybody to see. So make sure that happens, please. Then focus on your vision. Then be flexible. Learn to be flexible. Learn to know when to change. Learn to know when to divert. Learn to know when it's time for this. Then be a lifelong learner. Don't stop learning. Don't. Keep learning. Keep learning. Every year I make sure a minimum of 3-4 courses. I will just, especially in my industry, in other industries, just to grow myself. If you are not current, you will eventually be outdated and have nothing to offer. So you must be a lifelong learner. And luckily now, there are a lot of free courses online. A lot of free courses. Recently I was speaking to somebody and I was saying, the lady was telling me that her son was home and wasn't doing anything. It was one of my very close friends. So I said, what do you want? He said, he's doing masters, also has started strike. I said, why don't we quickly do a course, something to do with data? It could be data analytics, it could be data science, it could be data anything. I said, because the entire world is looking for data. NGOs are looking for data. Everybody is looking for data. Let's try. The boy was just finishing the course when the mother said an NGO had snapped him up. You must be able to anticipate what the future is and make sure you are building your skill to meet it and be available. Not when they say, is somebody with data we wanted? Say, I didn't study data. What is in data? Who cannot collate data? In fact, one of my friends, Chioma, she's doing a data academic course. Each month she brings it out to do. And she's telling the people how to position themselves, because that is one of the things for the future. Because knowledge, we're in the knowledge economy. So make sure that you just be flexible, be a lifelong learner. Leverage on technology. We can't run away from it. We cannot run away from technology. The basic of it, at least, be knowledgeable on it and leverage on it. have an independent mind, be able to take responsibility, collaborative. I said it in the beginning. You can't do everything alone. Collaborate. It's better to have a part of an elephant than not to even have the elephant at all because you wanted to have the elephant by yourself. Collaborate. You will go a long way with that. Be courageous, be action-oriented. Next slide. Now, how can you learn to lead? Leadership is key. Everybody is a leader. And we must all make sure we train ourselves to be leaders. It is not when you're in a position of leadership you're a leader. No. We are all leaders in our spheres of influences. We are all leaders. So we must learn to lead in anywhere we are. From experiences, from peers, from role models. Some of the lessons will be positive. I think Ali Baba was giving one about monogamy, the other comedian, and polygamy. Pick the good lessons. Always pick your good lessons because your role models will not always give you all the lessons you want to learn that you like. Pick the good and move with it, you know. And then you must develop some signature strengths. What are you noted for? What are your strengths? You know, when it comes to education, people know that if you wake me up and just ask me, what can we do about this? How do we set up this school? How do we make sure this is done? It is a strength. What is your strength this 2022 that everybody knows that this is who we go to, that this is the strength you have? You must have certain signature strengths that people begin to know you by, and you must begin to showcase it, that this is my strength. Like one of the speakers said, at times you will do it for free, just so that people will know and they will see. Not everyone you pay for. There are instances people can pay for certain things. And I remember there was, I've forgotten the name of the preacher. You know, he organized a big crusade, very big. Took lights, took everything, and only either one or two people came. He couldn't believe it. He said, God, did I not pray? What happened? Where did I go wrong? And all that. Anyway, God said, you prayed. I read. In fact, this is one of the best crusades. He said, with two people. He left it. Later in life, he discovered that among the two people that came, one was Billy Graham. That was where Billy Graham gave his life, knew about God, and moved on. Did he succeed at that crusade or not? But when it happened, did he feel it was a success? Don't give up. You might see something small. You say, no. You don't know the impact and the length and the level the things you are doing, they are going. Don't take failure the way you see it as failure. The way human beings will see failure. Don't see failure like that. See failure as another opportunity that God is using for something greater. Always. Don't always. And then we learn from the world top athletes. You say when athletes, when they are competing, each one wants to win a medal. There's a medal they want to win. And they make sure that the discipline they display to win that medal, the focus is that you must relentlessly be good at one thing. So today, write it. What is that one thing you are good at? And that you can now be the best in. Check yourself and write 3 things. Say, these 3 things I'm good at. But this one, it is the best. Let me now see how I hone it and make sure that people know that I am best in this. Because that's what, you can't get an athlete, for example, that you tell a boxer, say, why don't you improve your swimming? Does he need to improve swimming to win boxing? That's not his area. What is that one thing? What is that one thing that you can be good at? Make sure that you are good at it. Leaders like athletes cannot succeed at everything. You have to focus on your strengths. Like I said, I focus on my strengths and I outsource my weaknesses so that I don't lose both ways. And so, as we go into the marketplace, because you'll all be in the marketplace, now post-COVID, everything is global, everything is virtual, everything is online, what are you going to do to take over? That's what and I've used your acronym TakeOver to show you the 8 things as you go to take over. First, timing. There is a time for everything. There is a season. If you miss the timing when an opportunity comes, you might learn to write. It goes. Agility is the way forward. They'll tell you be agile. In your business operations, in the way you run your organizations, be agile. K,
kindness, always show kindness on your way. Because you don't know, life is like a circle. We'll meet each other again. So as you go on, even kind thing, and I'm going to ask randomly, everybody must do something kind today. So she said she went to ShopRite. And as she was on the queue with the things she wanted to pay for, one lady came and said, please, I'm in a hurry. It's just one item, one item. So she said, not only the one item, I will even pay for you. It's just because it was evening and she had not done anything kind. And she was just like, if the pastor calls me, what will I say? So she said, I will even pay for the item. Don't worry, put it. So the lady said, wow, how nice. So she put the thing. They punched it with her own things. Then the lady's husband came and said, did you jump queue? He said, no, the lady is even paying for me. She allowed me. Then the man said, oh, then let me pay for everything. She said, should I go back and take more? She didn't know such a thing was coming. But see how just being kind just positioned her. Be kind. The rewards are beyond what you even see physically, even though she saw that then. But be kind on your way. Like James Barry said, always be a little kinder than necessary, especially in this harsh environment. Let's be kind. Excellence. Excellence is not a skill. It's an attitude. And it doesn't happen by accident. You must determine that anything you want to be involved in, it must be excellent. You must give it your best. It's that little extra we're talking about. You must give it your best. And then opportunities. Opportunities everywhere. Everywhere. So the key services you provide, give value always. And then be enthusiastic. We've talked about positive mindset. Be enthusiastic. Even when somebody picks the phone, you can know if the person is in an angry mood from the tone. You can hear a smile in a phone call when you pick a phone. You can know if the person is happy, a smile. So let it permeate your entire life. Have a positive attitude as you go on. And then finally, result. Every choice you make has an end result. What are your results in the things you do? What are the results people are saying? If I'm to take each and every one of you and we put one person here and we ask, can you tell us about her? What are the results? What do you see her doing? Can you give us 3 descriptive words that describe? Will it wow us? Will the results wow us? Or people will say, rather than say anything, they'll say, we have nothing to say. So let your results, let it wow. Last slide. I want to say, as you take over in this year 2022, wherever it is you go and whatever it is, don't give up. Keep showing up. Thank you.
Well, we are going to ask our team, I will only take one question. Every other question, please, we're going to put it up. Because we're running way short of time. Well, I saw one hand there. That's the only question that we will take.
Hello.
So, every other question, like we said, we will have it on. Please, handle, put it up on our handle. Ask your questions, and we will get all the answers for you. But please pardon us. Can only take that question.
All right. Thank you very much, Ma. I really got much from your session. So I want to ask, with regards to networking, how do we really get in touch with board of directors like you, so that they don't feel bored? Sometimes getting in touch with them, like you said, getting to meet them could be very difficult. Sometimes I feel we don't even know when to send mails to them. We don't even know when to send WhatsApp chats to them so that they could reply. What do we do? Personally to you, what do you think it's a turn off for someone that comes to you to network with you? A young person, not really in your caliber. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For me, there were some high-up people I needed to network with. The first thing I did, I went to their Instagram handle and I began to speak. When they say something, if I like it, I will validate, I will add. I will say, sir, this your experience is so interesting. I even remember that I will say something. So it begins to resonate in their head. Who is this person? Because they begin to see me also reply to them on their Instagram, reply to them when they're on their Facebook, and I begin from there. Because I might not have the opportunity to see them physically. If you have the opportunity to see them physically, you are in the same space, be courageous enough to walk up to them, to say, I admire the work you are doing, sir. You are a true role model for us. And I hope that I can have the approach. But make sure you have rehearsed what you want to say. Don't go there and be stammering. Don't go there and give the wrong impression. Don't go there and block the way for other people. So that when you speak to these young people, they've started again. Don't even go and ask for any favors. First, go to ask as if it is you are ready to work to do this. I remember that I've even gone to ask someone that I would like to intern with you for a week. This particular area is not my strength. I don't know if you can give me an opportunity to just intern this great thing you are doing, to learn it from under you for a week and just watch how you go about it. Do you understand that? So if it's physical space available, approach. If it is digital space, start with the digital space. Once you have established a kind of relationship digitally, and then you can send the message to say, so. This is, I've been engaging you like this. Sir, I would like to know if, Many of them they want to mentor, they want to help. But at times, offices keep them at bay and make it difficult for them like that. But they are willing to. So start from that angle. Does that answer you? Does that help? Thank you.
Okay, so we will take all the questions. Please send the questions to our handle at TakeOver at the summit, at TakeOver Summit. Please send all the questions out. People will beam those our handles up, our emails. Send in your questions, and we will ensure to pass it on. Please, let's a warm round of applause to all right. So, thank you. Please. I am sure that if I give you people the opportunity, I can see all the questions brewing. But pardon us, just send those questions in, and you will be sure to get answers. All right. So, media team, please go ahead.
Rufai Oseni. Rufai Oseni is a seasoned journalist with a heart and passion to hold national leaders accountable. A man of many parts, master of ceremonies and compere, radio presenter, author, global speaker, entrepreneur and development expert. Cutting his teeth in media at the British Broadcasting Corporation BBC, where he was trained, he worked at the BBC's Bristol office as analyst on African issues and at the BBC World Service Trust. Rufai reaches thousands of viewers and readers every day with his very piercing questions to political guests who appear on his show with Arise TV. Rufai is passionate about using technology as a panacea for national development and has a drive for education. Rufai has a network of over 5,000 Nigerian students across different Nigerian universities in his mentorship class. He is on the planning committee for Global Entrepreneurship Week at the Lagos Business School. An author of 5 books, his latest work, Veritas, was recently featured on BBC World Service Trust, Rave TV, Channels TV, and Vanguard newspaper. Here to share his insights on crafting and broadcasting change-making narratives. Welcome, Rufai Oseni, to TakeOver at the Summit.
Hi, everybody. Oh, good. Thank you, everybody. Sorry, I don't do too well with too much light in my eyes, so I'll just run away from it a little bit. Hence, I wear glasses now. How you guys doing? Can I come down the stage? So I have problems with photosensitivity. So if too much light gets into my eyes, then I can't process. Yeah, drop the lights for me, please. Just drop it. Thank you. Good. How's it going, guys? Oh, God. Let me just come down. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Good. Oh, yeah. So it's a whole lot better now. Good. How's it going, guys? You guys warm up a little bit. You've just been sitting down there. Come on, stand up. And you tell me ba wuni. La 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 la. And you tell me ba wuni. Please put your hands together for yourself. For the fact you're here, you know you're a leader today. Come on, warm up. You guys have been sitting down for so long, isn't it? Just stretch. I don't like a crowd that is looking. Did Will Smith slap you? Or is it Bianca you collected? Very shameful people, isn't it? Yeah, both Bianca and Will Smith, isn't it? Very shameful people, isn't it? Oh, we need to build morals in society. You don't condone slapping people in public. What they did was shameful, isn't it? Yeah, so call it shameful. It is shameful. Oh, you were part of those supporting them on social media. It's obvious. Bianca, it's good you slapped her, Abi. We can't build a society that way. Is it shameful? Very shameful. You know, I was telling somebody the other day that what if it was Mike Tyson that was the host of the Oscars? Do you think Will Smith will go and slap him that way? Okay, so we can take the side. So I'm asking you, I said, what if it was Mike Tyson that was the host of the Oscars? Do you think Will Smith will go slap him that way? So, never, right? Please be seated. So people do things because they know they can get away with it. Does it make it right? Good. I'm excited to be here today to talk to you about my life. What is my life? Media. That's all I've always done. I've always used media as a panacea to change society. And we just did that. I always call a spade a spade. I don't care whose ox is God. Because that's the mandate I have to change my generation. The only tool I have is the media. So, when you see me hold politicians accountable, it's not because I want my brown envelope to be fatter. It's because there's a societal mandate that we need to deliver unto God. And we are all trustees of the society God has given to us. So no matter how you see it, you have influence capital and you're a trustee of the society. So if Nigeria goes bad, it is your fault. And that's why I look at those that jackpot and I laugh so much at them. You don't understand what a sense of nationhood is. And I think that's what is missing in the country. You think it was happenstance God decided to put you here? He could have put you in the UK, isn't it? He could have put you in Canada, isn't it? There is no society that had it all from the start. Every society built. Canada in the 70s had interest rates of over 17%. The economy was down. There was civil strife in Canada. The Front de Libération de Québec were fighting for secession of Quebec from Canada until a leader called Trudeau, funny enough, the father of the incumbent leader of Canada, decided to take drastic measures to save his country. And today, Canada has been on a path of growth because somebody did speak up. Britain had its own problems. The economy was down. It was a nightmare in Britain. Strike by workers everywhere. Until a certain Margaret Thatcher decided to put her foot on the ground to modernize Britain. She faced a lot of challenges, but she set Britain on the path for modernization. Today, everybody wants to go to Britain. Why? Because some people did the work. America, too, was the same. There was a time in America, there was so much inflation in the 70s. But people worked their economy. And they made it work. You know, because they understand that society is given to you as a trusteeship by God. And your influence threshold should change society. So you are put in Nigeria for a specific purpose. And if you don't understand that, you'll do a lot of things amiss. So if you don't understand that, you'll be corrupt, you'll take bribes, you'll do all sorts. You'll do everything to bring down the society, but you forget that you are the main trustees of the society. And it needs you to work. Is it safe to say the economy of Nigeria is as bad as its people? Can I get a witness? So the economy of Nigeria is bad. The people are bad. I met a 4th generation Indian family in Nigeria. And they said, Nigeria is my home. We have done businesses here. We've had our children here. We go to India for holidays. But Nigeria is my home. So the question is, why is it difficult for you in your country? But others are making it. Yes, there's a part of government. There's enough blame to go around. But really, have you checked yourself thoroughly? Because you see, we live in a society where we don't check ourselves. We're quick to blame others. And really, maybe if you check deeply, you might just be the reason for your own challenges. I'm not saying the government has been entirely right with people. I'm not saying 15.3% interest rate or inflation rate, 15.3% inflation rate is permissible. I'm not saying the naira has not lost its value. I'm not saying there's bad management. But the question is it a worst case scenario that you can create? And that's what brings me to media. Because you see, media is the fulcrum of society. Society is hinged on mindsets. Mindset is created through interaction. One of the most veritable tools of interaction you will get is the media. I've got millions of people, at least over 15 million Nigerians, both here in the diaspora, get to interact with me every morning. I shape their views. I own their mind. That's the power media carries. You might argue with me and say you don't believe my point of view. Good. But subliminally, as long as you listen to me, I'm shaping your views. And that's why when you look at the history of media, which I'll cite back, starts with a very interesting human being called Johannes Gutenberg that started the Gutenberg press in the 1450s. What did he do? All he did was to make it easy to print in mass form. Prior to that time, there was no liberation because people couldn't get information and mass impactation. In fact, prior to that time, a whole city might just have only 2 Bibles, which people get to read in the church. But once Johannes Gutenberg invented the Gutenberg press, and they could print books, then the power of media through books came to play. Society changed because people now had access to information. Millions of Bibles were printed. And it was because of the appeal of the media through the printing press that made a certain Martin Luther challenge the church by saying the just shall live by faith. And he started what we call Lutheranism because he had media. Newspapers improved because of Johannes Gutenberg. And the mass appeal continued because everybody could pick up a newspaper because the printing press was working. That's the first evolution of media. That lasted for over 500 years. Until in the early 1900s, guess what happened? First iterations of sound transfer media started with another man called Guglielmo Marconi. Marconi was one of the first set of people in the world to transfer waves. And those waves turned into what was radio waves. Then radio stations were set up. It was another form of mass appeal. While Guglielmo was completing his work, another Scottish engineer called Longibird brought a little box and he told people that I will show a puppet here, and Longibird changed media. And that televisor became a television. So in 500 years, iterations then continued. From radio, then to what? To television. And those media were used to perpetrate all sorts of propaganda. That's why media matters. Good people, people that have a love for God, must own media. Most of these tools, the television, the film that had been developed by the 2 people called the Lumière brothers out of a place called La Ciotat in France, were used to propagate propaganda during the war. The media was used to cause a war. The Second World War was live on TV. Hitler put up all his propaganda and beamed it across the world. Then they also used what? Newspaper. Why? Because there was multiplicity of media, and it continued. After the war in the 1940s, and the Americans started looking for more ways of propagating media because they see that media is the fulcrum of society. And that's why everybody looks for a way or form to reach you. Because they know once they can reach you, they can, albeit subliminally, influence you. And anybody that influences you takes over your mindset. And everybody that takes over your mindset rules your world. Then the Americans started working on something called the ARPANET in the 60s. The ARPANET was to be able to connect computers. And once they connected computers in the 60s, it became a whole lot better for them. So what did they do next? They improved upon the technology. For another 30 years, they kept on working on it. At first, they used it for scientific research. And in 1990, a certain Tim Berners-Lee in the Center for European Nuclear Research, CERN, wrote the hypertext markup language or the hypertext protocol, HTTP, and wrote the first software for something called the World Wide Web. And another form of media was created. Look at how people have expended a resource just to be able to control you. The newspaper, the radio, the television, hypertext markup language. Then they started looking for forms to be able to control you. So Tim Berners-Lee couldn't crack it in the 90s, but he kept on growing the technology until they made computers more affordable. But they looked and they said, I will not be able to influence you if you need to buy a personal computer. So increasingly, according to Moore's law, that says transistor and capacitors will reduce as technology become better, they started looking for ways to simplify the technology to be able to put it in your hands so they can control you. And in 97, 98, they made the first set of smartphones that can take hypertext markup language. So you were excited that your phone could browse, but the media was excited that we're having more control over you. Then we looked for ways to control you even further. So what did we say? We said to ourselves, let's develop film and make it within reach so it can still run your mindset. Because yes, text is good, but the mind works according to the encoding of audiovisual. So we want something you can see and you can listen to. And we knew that on the hypertext language, it was still difficult. So we set up another technology called codec, which made it easier for you to be able to stream video. A company called YouTube was set up around early 2000s, and it perfected that technology, and it made it easy for you to be reached with streaming. And once that happened, everybody started putting their products and their media on this third wave or the fourth wave of the media reach called the internet. Then they continued that because the fulcrum of media is to spread mass language. So they looked and said, what other forms can we use to get you? And they said, okay, people like to talk. They like to believe they are in charge. Let us make them feel they are in charge without necessarily keeping them in charge. So they set up social networks because human beings like hierarchy, like networks. So MySpace started. It was the first big social network, had about 200 million people. And they kept on iterating social networks, and Facebook launched. And they started taking your behavioral patterns and analyzing them and looking for reinforcements for your behavioral patterns. Because you see, everybody operates like a herd mentality. You say you vibe with somebody because they share your values. It does not necessarily make your values right. Isn't it? So they started taking your values, using something called algorithms to process how you think, and giving you things that'll make you think what you're thinking is right. And they put that in you, and you say yes. And they also show you people that albeit think like you, because in the end, all they want is your data to profit and advertising space. And also with that, they started saying, if I can get him hooked to me, I can control him. So they started selling some ideas that were not right to you, and they made you feel like it was right. So the war in the world now is the war of ideologies. And everybody uses every sort of platform to get to you. And in the coming years, it's going to improve. So people are going to look for deeper ways to be able to reach you. At first now, they can monitor your movement with geolocation and mapping. They can monitor your thought process with curate gymming, and you know your heart rate, and they have your medical records. Because they know media is the most important part of somebody's life. And that's why you see that everybody fights for your head space. The religion fights for your head space. The evildoer fights for your head space. Every affair in society fights for your head space. But the question is, because there are multiple narratives, does it make them right? No. So how can you change media and society? By building positive narratives. How do you build positive narrative? Contestation of hitherto narratives progressively over a period of time. Because the modus operandi of media is a diffusion method. What is diffusion? Movement from a place of higher concentration to a lower concentration. And let me prove it to you. If you hear something, you're so bold to tell people, I heard it on CNN. So the media outfit is the higher concentration. You are the lower concentration. But the way to start building society is to change the model to what I call an osmotic model. What is osmosis? Higher concentration to lower concentration, isn't it? But got you. Through a semi-permeable membrane that filters the thought process through robust interaction. You know, when I came in here and I said, let's call out Bianca for what she did, a lot of people hesitated. Why? Because the mob, the media mob on social media, affirmed what she did was right. And you believed it subconsciously. So Bianca became a hero. So when I just said, let's challenge that norm in your head, you were hesitant. Why? Because you believe it's true. Just like you believe trolls when they abuse you online. It doesn't make them correct. So it is a battlefield of the mind. But you need to challenge. And I've come to realize that challenging is quite rare in society. But that's what I do every morning. Because I know I can't change the world, but I can challenge it. And that's why I asked the presidential candidate, somebody speaking for him, how did you make your money? And it caused a lot of problems. Everybody was calling me to ask me, Rufai, Why would you ask that question? I ask. Why shouldn't I ask? But because the media outlook in society has been a diffusion method, and you see somebody that is rich as a kabiosi, so you cannot challenge him on some things. And let me tell you something. It was deliberate, because how did they do it? How did they hijack your mind? They weaponized poverty. All of this poverty you see is deliberate. They weaponized it so that you can always look up to prosperity and success. Go and hear the average prayer point of a Nigerian. He's always praying for hammer. God, let me hammer. Let door open. Look at churches these days. The weaponization of poverty has seeped into the church that churches hardly pray for the salvations of souls any longer. It is hammer. God, open the door. Baba, shake. Hammer, hammer, hammer. Jesus, ho, hammer, hammer. Open door, open door. And you know, the focus is so much on money that the brain has been hijacked. The brain now doesn't think that the best way to make money is to create societal lifting ideas. So that's why we have a lot of unexplained wealth in society. People just want to make money. How? I don't know. I want to make money. And that's why you see that there's a gulf and a societal decadence, because people will do anything to make money. Society doesn't understand any longer that money is an outcome of a process of impact and societal revitalization through ideas. All it just understands is substance. So we have become a society of substance, not of value. And let me tell you something. President Eisenhower, great guy of America, said something. He said a society that values privilege over virtue will soon lose both the privilege and the virtue. Does that look like Nigeria today? And what aids this conversation is the outlook of media. And that's why media is important. That's why I'm opening your eyes to this. These things I'm telling you today, most CEOs don't get it. Look at what is happening. Because a certain media outfit wants to take money from a candidate, the media outfit, if you watch over the last, has been saying they should not have zoning. We should not have zoning. No. Because my candidate wants to be there. And they keep playing adverts and ideas. And you see, the treacherous thing about media is, I say it once, Arthur Schopenhauer says every idea is first refused. You say, no, it's a lie. But when I say it the other time, you look at it again. By the time I say the fourth time, it's already ringing in your head. If I want to destroy you, all I need to do is to put ideas in your head. And that's what media does. If I want to manipulate you, all I need to do is to put ideas in your head. That's why a certain man, by just going online and putting out certain content, now makes a certain part of this country feels like they want to secede. Media. Do you know Adolf Hitler never got to meet most of the troops that fought for him? But he had a good propaganda machine with Goebbels. So they infiltrate the mind and they infiltrate the consciousness. In crafting better media narratives and outcome, we must first realize that as leaders, we are at war against evil and good. What did the West used to sell dominance towards? Why do you think America is better? Shall I tell you why? You watch so many American films growing up. And the Americans sold to you the story of Superman, superhero. And the Americans sold to you that the American army was way better in films. And you want to be a U.S. Marine. They sold your culture to you. How did baby mamas come about in Nigerian society? Exposure to American values. I'm doing a technical research and I'm pointing to the value degradation in Nigeria as a result of television shows like Keeping Up with the Kardashians. An average Nigerian didn't have beach culture before. Do you know that? Huh? But today, an average Nigerian girl now has beach culture because of the proliferation of those media content. Oh, I just want to be a baby mama. Because once you watch it over time, then there's a validation to it, and the validation starts to mess up your mindset. So we're at a crossroads. Number one step, good people need to own media. They need to put back the values. They need to bring about accountability. They need to challenge thought processes. That's why when a politician says something on the air, I said, no. What's that insight? Because you see, you have, the way the brain is wired, you have an erroneous thinking to believe that because you saw somebody say it on the television, it's true. It doesn't make it true. But at the same time, when you see somebody that is challenging that thought process, then there's a balance in thinking. But if you don't have enough challenging of that thought process, then you believe it. In some cases, algorithm is feeding you that on social media. Algorithm is pushing that to you on Twitter. WhatsApp is pushing that to you. How did the mindset of people become so divided? Because of the capacity of media to be able to divide their thinking process. And what media always looks for is hitherto cleavages, cliffs, distractions that are there. Did you see how quick it took the Yoruba Nation campaign to catch on? Did you see it? And it was about consuming a nation. Why? Because people will always look for the biases. And you as human beings, the way you are structured, makes us doomed already. You have over close to 14,000 thoughts I hear in a day. I can tell you over 90% of those thoughts are negative. So once you start to get negative influencing factors to corroborate what happens in your head, then they subliminally take over your mind. That's why you need to be aware what you consume. After this speech today, there are some accounts I want you to go and unfollow on Instagram, on Facebook. Because I predict in the next 20 years, or next 10 years, if you still follow those accounts, your life will be in shambles. You need to be extremely selective with your exposure threshold. You need to ask yourself, what is the edification capacity of my exposure quotients? Some things will come to you. You can't stop them. But the things you have access to, you need to control them. And you know, in developing this hypertech language, hypertech backup language, what did they also do? They made porn available. Why are you people looking at me? All of you are doing porn here. Let's not deceive ourselves in this country. The owner of Swift, my very good friend, in Lagos, over 80% of internet traffic goes to porn sites. Porn, I think we need to start having conference. Pastor, we need to have conference on porn. It's a mental hijack. They've taken the minds of people. Don't deceive yourself. You know me, oh. I call a spade a spade. People are laughing here. In the middle of the night, they are doing porn in the corner. They are watching it. Over 80% of internet traffic in Lagos at some point have visited a porn site. The numbers are there. The report further reviews sites like Pornhub. People are going there big time because, and you forget that pornography is a form of media. It is a mental hijack. It's a form of media. Also, conspiracy theory websites. Some people will talk like this. You say, but you're educated. It's a lie. InfoWars. I lie? Am I lying? They are watching InfoWars big time. So there's a battle going on. And we need to start fighting concerning porn. I was in England when the government put a law down that you can't open porn websites again in England because they see that it has destroyed their society. The only time you can open a porn website is when it gets your age certification. Childhood porn has destroyed their society. It's not on TV, but it's media, internet. And that thing has helped because you see, the thing about media is if you don't expose yourself to it, you limit it. And also when people deal with masturbation, once they can take out the porn, there's no oxygen again to fuel the mindset. It's a mindset. And media is killing people. And you know, they've made it so within your reach that on people's phones, they can look up. There are some people. That's why you see, when you say, bring your phone, let me press browser on it. They can't give you their phones. It's my personal property. It's my personal property. Do you know all sorts of sites they had opened before? Some people press P on their phone like this. It's big problems. And you're asking me, why is there sexual perversion in society? Come off it. How would there not be sexual perversion in society? Why are we deceiving ourselves? And if for anything, the government of Nigeria should please follow the lead of the UK on this. Block porn sites and ensure that people have age certification even if they're going to do the adult stuff. If you put that bill on the National Assembly, I bet you all the lawmakers will shut it down. I lie? I want a response. I lie? Because most of them are doing it too. These are the things that have crept into our society. And because it's media, does not make it right. And the problem about the mindset is there's not enough discerning and understanding. So they're taking away every form of lifestyle. Taking away your mindset as regards thinking with the news. Taking away your mindset as regards thinking with your lifestyle. So it's a big media assault. And And everybody's fighting for space in there. The value and moral degradation in Nigerian society can be traced to the exposure we've had from media. You might not be able to entirely regulate everything, but caveat emptor. Because if we don't, we're losing society. We're losing society. Do you know how many people have had to cancel on masturbation and the likes by virtue of my radio show? Do you know the emails I get? Do you know what people are dealing with? Do you know the kind of sexual addiction? Even among married couples? By the consumption of media. See, it's a critical business. Influence capital is the most important capital in the world. The reason why a lot of people want to jackpot is because they've been able to preach influence capital to them that the UK is better than this place. As I lived in the UK now, they say, oh, there's no security in Nigeria. I can't walk in Peckham 1 a.m. in the morning. Is it the UK? You will be mugged. People say, no, don't look at that. And healthcare is better. Yeah, there's some things that are better, don't get me wrong. But it's as a result of the sale too. But one thing they will not sell to you too is the fact that your energy bill has risen over 30%. That inflation has risen so high too. So everything is on the prism of your mind. And the first thing you see, you touch, you feel is media. Love itself, your reflection of love is based on media. A lot of ladies want six-pack men because they read it in Mills and Booms. That was their first definition of love. Big chest, chestnut skin, bold looking. Is that a reflection of who every man must be? He might have a pot belly and he loves you so much than a six-pack man that will never love you. Even your perception of what how somebody loves you is based on media. Because you see, when we came here to the world, we're a blank, empty canvas. The media wrote everything about our perception. So as a child, if your dad loved you and he always kissed you and said, oh, my baby, I love you so much, that's a perception of love. But as a child, if your dad always slapped you and beat you and says, I love you because that's why I'm beating you, then that's your perception of love. Because we have women in marriages that they say their husband beat them because he loves them. And after beating them, the dumbhead, the dunderhead, justifies and says, "Mo no etori mo love you." Or to say, "Oro deni mo violate in public because mo love her." Me go come fool ara e. Ma binu olowo ori mi. He loves me, that's why he's beating me. It's media. It's media. It's the consolidation. And probably some funny, stupid script writer who wrote a TV script somewhere and showed it on television that the man slapped her and said, honey, I'm sorry, I love you, that's why I beat you. I say, okay. He loves her, that's why he beats her. And it seeps into your consciousness. But it doesn't make it right. So please, there's a warfare going on. A media warfare. We must build positive narratives. Even when we comment on social media, we must comment what is upright and based on the teachings of our Lord Jesus Christ. Because that's how we can truly take over the society for Christ. Because you see, when I see taking over, I see dominating the society for good and for Christ. The reason why society is bleeding, because we don't have enough pockets of influence doing good in society. Who are the influencers on social media? The girls that are showing their breasts. How about we have tongue-speaking, insight-giving people being influencers on social media? To call attention now, everybody has to go nude. That's what people are running towards. So we need to stand tall and we need to take over because we have the gospel of Christ in us. Unashamedly saturate your wall with Jesus Christ. What did I say? Saturate your wall with it. Let everyone say, because you see, the evil people are not ashamed to post porn links on their sites. It's a warfare. And please, I charge you today, as children of God, you'll make money, you'll do well in the future. Own media. Own media. Play in the space. It is your father's heritage. Play in the space and put the saturation of media. Put Christ into media. Put goodwill into media. Put hope into media. Put possibilities into media. Own it. Any moment you have, share edifying things. Fight this war because they are not relenting. Even if they'll try to use algorithm to suppress you, no. Fight back with your algorithm. Go into learning of the controls of media. Learn data science, like somebody said. Learn how to code. I tell people, I wrote it in my book, Eureka. I wrote the book, I wrote Keys to Mental Evolution. I wrote it 5-6 years ago. I said, see, coding will be the language of the future. You have to learn coding. You have to develop your social skills. You have to give value. Maybe the reason why people don't talk to you, the question is, what's your value threshold? If you are a man of value, people will listen. If people are not listening, then check the value you give out. So you have to put society in check and in perspective with your exposure to media. Because everybody will do everything to get your attention. They'll weaponize poverty so they can give you money on election day with 5,000 naira to vote for them. Eh? Never again. Until when you get the 5,000. That's when I'll be happy that you've said never again. You can say never again for yourself, but for the over 100 million Nigerians that live in abject poverty, that live on less than $1 per day, then they'll own media to be able to saturate your consciousness. Everything is media. The food you eat is media. The water you drink is media. Everybody's selling something to you. Plus the pharmaceuticals, plus everybody. Beware and take over. Bless you.
Round of applause. Thank you. We have hands up, but time is gone. And we will ask you to send those questions to our platforms. Please, can we beam those things, our handles up there for people to ask their questions, and we will get Mr. Rufai Oseni to respond. It is a given. He will respond in writing, and we will not be afraid to quote him as the person that gave you the response. Rufai, am I speaking your mind? I have seen you ask people very tough questions. Even me, I wanted to run under my bed in my room. So please send those questions in, and we will get Mr. Rufai Oseni to respond. And we will be sure to be following him. So when you see us following him, you know we are not following those other type of people. So okay, yeah, it's right there. So please take a moment, hashtags and all of that, email, all that. Send in your questions, and we will be sure to get a response to you. There will be a role right now. We have some, and thank you very, very much for your patience. These ladies have been amazing. I do not take you guys for granted. I'll ask the media team to roll for our next guests.
Moki Ajileye. Mokutima Ajileye is the managing director of P&G Nigeria and is responsible for leading the company's business operations in the country. She is a highly experienced business leader with 17 years of accomplishments in building brands, growing businesses, and solving complex business challenges across Africa, Europe, Middle East, and South Asia. Her career evolved from manufacturing, working with Nigerian Brewers PLC, to marketing when she joined P&G in 2007. Moki, as she is fondly called, served as the Senior Director of Commercial and Marketing for P&G Nigeria, where she defined and led the commercial and marketing strategic growth plan for all P&G brands in Nigeria. Widely curious, Moki consistently builds bench strength and seeks to bring out the best in people. A main passion for her is education of the girl child. She carries out an annual back-to-school mobilization for indigent children, an initiative that has benefited hundreds of children. She is an alumnus of the Federal University of Technology, Owerri, and holds certifications in digital disruption from IMD Business School, Switzerland, and in strategy from INSEAD Business School, France. Mother of 3 children and loving wife to her husband, please welcome to TakeOver at the Summit, our panelist, Mokutima Ajileye.
Good evening, everyone, again. The panel session is going to be starting very soon. We are going to be bringing the rest of the people up stage. Thank you so much for staying up till this time. We will be rounding up very soon, and it also has been a very intense day. Taking over sometimes takes very little and simple things. So just give us a little bit of time. We're putting some technical things together, and we'll be coming back to you when we'll be having our panelists. They are definitely here in our midst, and we're going to be calling them up very soon. Thank you. But in the interim, I'll just ask Moki to please go back so we don't keep you just sitting on the stage all by yourself. Thank you.
Okay. I guess Nigeria is still growing technically. So we are in a technical growth phase. Therefore, the next voice you shall hear shall be mine. And this voice you will hear is going to tell the stories of some two amazing trailblazers in their industries. So here we go. Hang on. Yep. Okay. So Moki Ajileye. Mokutima Ajileye is the managing director of P&G Nigeria and is responsible for leading the company's business operations in the country. She's a highly experienced business leader with 17 years of accomplishments in building brands, growing businesses, and solving complex business challenges across Africa, Europe, Middle East, and South Africa. Her career evolved from manufacturing, working with Nigerian Breweries PLC, to marketing when she joined P&G in 2007. Moki, as she is fondly called, served as the Senior Director of Commercial and Marketing for P&G Nigeria, where she defined and led the commercial and marketing strategic growth plan for all P&G brands in Nigeria. Widely curious, Moki consistently builds bench strengths and seeks to bring out the best in people. A main passion for her is education of the girl child, especially a task she carries out annually with her back-to-school mobilization for indigent children. an initiative that has benefited hundreds of children. She is an alumnus of the Federal University of Technology, Owerri, and holds certification in digital disruption from IMD Business School, Switzerland, and in strategy from INSEAD Business School, France. Mother of 3, and loving wife to her husband, Femi. That one you did not hear before. Please welcome to take over at the summit our panelist, Mokutima Ajileye. Frances Ngosa. Frances Ngosa is a staunch believer in family and education for young people. With over 17 years professional work experience spanning across sales, market strategy, and planning commercial operations, business development, distributor operations, people, and general management, Frances currently serves as the country manager for William Grant & Sons Nigeria. She has been a development consultant to a number of companies in Nigeria where she helped shape their sales organization, develop winning go-to-market strategies, drive systems and processes, improve business profitability, and build the capability of the teams to achieve sales, inventory, and logistics excellence. Frances has also had long stints as sales executive with Henkel Egel, Nigeria, and Procter & Gamble, both in Nigeria and South Africa. Welcome to take over at the summit, our panelist, Frances Ngosa. This is my first foray in media. I listened very closely to Rufai, so I'm taking media by storm. All right, welcome, ladies. Thank you so very much for your patience and being here with us at the summit today. Is it me or the demons of technology? All right. So, we're discussing today addressing ceilings to effective organizational growth. And oh, these are our friends on the other side. Thank you, media team. Is someone addressing that with our hosts? Okay, so you guys have been in the front of marketing, building brands, and sales, as it were. Can I ask, what is your view of the ceilings that inhibit organizational growth? And I'm speaking about this, Great. Okay. All right. Okay. So, can I ask, if I may start with you, Frances, what are your views about the barriers that inhibit organizational growth?
Thank you. There are quite a lot of barriers. You have Okay. Hello, everyone. So, in terms of your question, there are quite a lot of barriers that you would hear about. Two that I want to touch on, so that I don't say everything and then Mookie doesn't have anything else to say. I will start with two. I will talk about your vision and your mission and how it aligns to what you're doing. And then the other thing that I'm passionate about would be people. So when I talk about vision and mission, most people start businesses. It could be a small business or whatever. What's your vision? Where do you see yourself in 5 years, in 6 years, in 10 years? And what is your mission statement? So I know some people have heard about mission and vision statements, so I'm not going to start defining a vision it's not just about writing a vision and your mission and then laminating it and putting it somewhere in your office. It's what are you doing to achieve it? Do you even see yourself more than 5 years? Or most businesses are just there to survive. Let's just be something that will be paying salaries. Let them say I'm a business owner. But if you have a vision in terms of this is where I want to be in 5 years, this is where I want to be in 10 years, what do you want to be in year 1? So I want to start selling, I want to have sales up to 20 million a month, for example, or 15 million a year, whatever it is. What are you doing towards getting there? I want to be the most popular makeup artist in Lagos, or whatever business it is, and you want to do that. What are the plans? A lot of people do not have a goal or a target that they're chasing. And they're not doing, and even when you say, I want to be there, you are not doing exactly what it is that it takes to get there. So are you writing out, for me to be able to do 20 million every month, what do I need to sell every day? Okay, you break that down. And then how will I sell this 20 million every day? Or 5 million or 200,000 every day? How many things in my business do I need to sell? Or how many clients do I need to meet? Or how many people do I need to reach out to be able to do that? And then how are you tracking and monitoring that you have gotten there? So sometimes we're the ones, you have not even planned to grow, so you can't grow. Okay, so because you haven't planned it and then you are not following it and working towards it, then you're not growing. You want to be the biggest business, but you don't have structure. I mean, even when I was reading the parable, the story about Jesus feeding the 5,000, and we read it all the time. And then there's a part I've always read over and over and over again. And what he said to them was, divide the men in groups of 50. And immediately that hits me, structure. So if I want to grow, am I positioning myself to grow? Am I doing the things that I need to do to help me get there? So that's one part. Let me park it. Then the second part is the people. One of our former CEOs said something one time, and I will paraphrase. He said, our people are our greatest assets. Take everything away from us, but leave our people. And in XX number of years, I think in 5 years, we will build everything back. It's how well are you valuing the people that you have in your organization? People build organizations and people break organizations. So if you want your business to grow, you're using people to grow your business. People who work for you. And it's a lot of things. Are you recruiting the right kind of people? So it's from recruitment. Are you recruiting the right kind of people? Bishop Feb talked about onboarding. Are you onboarding them rightly? And then the other thing about it is how are you motivating and retaining them? If you pay peanuts, expect monkeys. If you can afford it, why aren't you getting the right people that will get your business to the next level? People are in your, then the other thing is, what's the culture? He talked about culture as well, which is very, very important. There are people that are working in companies, just, let me find another thing, I'll get out of here. Are people working for you like that? You know, the people are the guys who will take you to the next level. So with people, it's recruitment, the right people, it's retention and motivation, it's the culture, it's capability building. So if you don't have the right people, you will find that you have a problem with, them getting your business to get to the next level if you don't have the right people. And it involves a lot of things as well. So you recruit right, pay well if you can afford it. Gone are, I personally think that gone are the days where you're recruiting someone, you have a target that I want to pay 300,000 for this role. You find someone who is really great. You say, bring your pay slip. Because his pay slip shows he's currently earning 80,000. Instead of paying him the 300, you know his worth and is the market value or price for that role. Because it's 80,000, he'll be happy if we give him 100. And so you give him a 20% or 30%. But you forget he's running away from that last place because maybe he was not earning well. Why don't you pay him that thing so he would be like, you see this job, we die here today. So it's also about ensuring that we have people. So your vision, your mission, but then the foundation is the people. People will get in there. We can say technology, system, processes, everything, but a lot of this, all of this will be managed by people. So how well you treat your people and how well you drive, you get the right kind of talents, you build the capability, and you drive them, and you create a culture where people are happy to work with you or for you would really help and then the diversity of the thoughts, how you are allowing them to be innovative, to give you ideas. You are not the one who knows it all. I don't know everything. Nobody knows it all. But that person you are looking at could be the one person that will tell you, it was the slave girl who told, what's the name of that guy with leprosy? Naaman. Who gave him the contacts to get his blessing. It's that one person that could help you get to the next level. So that diversity of thoughts and ideas with people is another thing that people overlook, especially in Nigerian businesses. You need to treat them. If they don't know I'm the Oga, they've not learnt. So I need to show them. And that really is a barrier if people are not able to give their best, or you are not getting the right kind of people to help you get to the next level.
Interesting. Said something about you didn't plan to grow, and I put a big question mark on that one. So, Moki, what are your thoughts? I mean, is there a chance that somebody was going to start something and then they didn't plan to grow? But what are your thoughts about this addressing, barriers to organizational growth?
Hi, everyone. So I think Francis has covered a lot of ground. I think I will look at it from the perspective of the person, because you talked a lot about the organization, having a vision, having a mission, recruiting the right people. But I want to talk about the leader, that person. And one of the things, to your question about growth, is actually fear is one of the biggest things that is a barrier to either the person growing, if he's in a corporate world working for someone else, or even for the business to grow. So I know it sounds very strange that people might actually not be intentional about growing, but that's very possible. And fear keeps people back. And fear at different dimensions. It can be fear of failure, so I don't even want to set that goal. It looks too ambitious. I'm not going to make it. Or I'm not going to get that position, so I don't even want to bother trying. So fear of failure holds people back. Then fear of success as well, which is very interesting, because some people actually do not want that kind of growth. They don't want that kind of recognition, because the truth is the top comes with a price. So if your business is growing in leaps and bounds and getting to a certain size or a certain turnover, there are risks attached, and there's a price you have to pay. There are things that come with that position. Or even if you're in the corporate world and you want to keep growing, there are certain positions that some people actually do not aspire to. So there's actually fear of success that keep people back, because again, linked to success, there's an inherent belief that you get successful, you start having enemies, people don't like you anymore, you are the people that you felt like, okay, we're in these cohorts together, you are now singled out of them, then you feel the pressure of, okay, I want to be liked. So actually, fear of success is a real thing that actually keeps people and organizations away from growing. And then there's also fear of change, actually, because whether it's a personal growth or is a growth of an organization, inevitably, you have to embrace change and you have to learn to adapt. And because those are the things that fuel the growth, by the way. The growth that comes organically is always very small. The kind of growth that you want, either as a person or an organization, that is quite disruptive, it usually comes with change and a bit of disruption that people don't really like. So these are some of the things that in an organization, or I don't want my business to go bigger than this. There are people that would tell you, yes, I want my business to remain one branch. I don't want to be international. You would think that everyone would want to jump at taking their businesses global, but not everyone wants to do that. So those are some, I think for me, the biggest thing that would keep people or organizations for aiming for the top or whatever the top it represents is actually fear.
Wow. Are you guys learning something?
The interesting thing is that some people don't know they're afraid. So they don't know.
Okay. I hope you guys are learning something. I'm honestly blown away. The idea that someone is afraid of success, but then, I mean, the usual thing, Rufai just mentioned it. We have hammer prayers going on every day. You know, now with hammer prayers going on every day, and then if you have these situations, oh Jesus, Lord help us. So, you know, with that,
Let me give you a personal story on this. So, I think it was last year, early last year or so, a friend from South Africa said, I have a new business partner that is looking to get oil from Nigeria. Do you have contacts? Me, I've been praying and saying, God, I want to retire early. But to retire, I need money, because you cannot just retire and be sitting at home, yeah? And I want, someone is looking for Nigerian oil, wants to buy about 20 million liters, I think, or 20 million liters or something like that, like a vessel. And they want to do it. Do you have contact? I said, yes, of course, I have contacts. And I was like, yeah. And I pressed calculator. Even if 3 of us divide this money, my share can be like $5 million. Multiply by 500. My chest started beating very fast. I was like, hey, how will I spend this money? I've not seen it. I started getting really anxious. And somehow in my mind, I did not see that deal happening. Because I was like, how is this possible? How can this happen? That I'll just connect people. I will now get, it was coming to billions when I converted it. And I was like, hey, I'll buy a house in Banana Island, but I don't want to live in Banana Island. I thought I will buy a house for my sister. My other sister said, put it in my account. Let me be looking at the money as the account is fine. You know, but I couldn't in my head, even though I was talking to people, I couldn't picture that thing going. I was afraid. I couldn't picture it, how it will go, how the deal will go. Needless to say that at the end of the day, trust issues. They didn't trust Nigerians didn't trust, and the deal didn't happen. But somehow I felt like, you know, there's the power of attraction and power of positive thinking as well. And I felt like somehow maybe I contributed to it. So yes, I'd been praying for it, for something like that, for, you know, the wealth of the nations. And when there was an opportunity for the wealth of the nations, fear didn't allow me, because the guy was like, they need to do it, you know, regularly. So I was like, that's how million will be entering my account in dollars. Hey, God, I beg, EFCC. You know, and it was that fear that at the end of the day, when it wasn't really going, I let it go. So sometimes you need to be prepared for the prayers that you pray for. And when the answer comes, are you ready for it? Because sometimes we're praying for things that we're not ready for.
I think you've nailed it, really, because it has to do with building capacity. I think it's funny, we like to read these things in the Bible, but I think it always feels a bit far-fetched. And because I'm a proud member of Global Harvest Church, so I'll give an example. So we are talking about flourish this year. That's our theme. And we're always reading the place in Isaiah that talks about, oh, lengthen the cords, strengthen the stakes. Oh, it's coming, it's coming. I don't know if we pause to think about why lengthening the cords and strengthening the stakes is extremely important. It's building capacity for what you are praying for. And as long as you have not built the capacity for it, which starts from you actually seeing that you can get it. So back to the point about praying to hammer, it's funny, a lot of the time, we pray, we actually do not believe what we are praying for. Like we don't believe it would come. Or we want just a little bit of it. Our minds cannot take the depth and the size of some of the things that we are actually praying for. So it starts with your mind taking it. It's a very big mindset shift. And then building the capacity, what do you need to get ready for that thing? And as long as those two things are not in place, the fear would overwhelm you and actually cripple you. That it's funny, you would see the opportunity, but you won't take it.
Wow. Wow. So what I hear here in this conversation is that you need to expand your mind and really, really have an understanding of what you are asking for. You know, because sometimes what you're saying, you don't even know what it is, the scope of what you're asking for. Now, the two of you are, you lead international organizations, brands as in their ranks. How are you able to harness the strength of your teams? Because I figure that, it's interesting, Franz says that with your budget, which I'm sure is not in Tutu Naira, and Moki, your also budget, which is also not in Tutu Euro, not any diss to your brand. It's just anyway. So the question here is, how are you able to harness the strength of? It's okay. How are you able to deal with the strength of your teams, manage those head-butting situations that, Bishop Feb talked about within your systems without bias, by the way, because there's a reason I talk about bias. We're going to deal with a couple of questions that are specific to certain narratives and conversations of the day. So how are you able to navigate all of that and bring out, because obviously you people are not the kind of organizations without plan or that don't plan to succeed. If you don't plan it, somebody above you planned to succeed. So how are you able to harness the strength of your teams without bias of any sort?
I think I'll start with bias. I think, first of all, to say there is no bias is not actually very true. Bias is inherent to human nature. We all have biases. The thing is, are we aware of them? Because you need to know the bias you are dealing with, call it by name, address it so you are conscious. Where bias gets dangerous, where is an unconscious one. When you are conscious that you have a bias, then you are able to put the guardrails to make sure that that bias doesn't actually affect your judgment and your decision making. Because that's who we are as human beings. We are shaped by our experiences, we are shaped by our cultures, our backgrounds. So there's no one free of bias. That's the end goal. That's what the world is looking for, a world free of bias. But the first step is to actually know what biases you have, be extremely aware, and then put the guardrails. And part of the guardrails can be being accountable to someone and say, I have a bias against XYZ or whatever, this kind of thing. And that person now is make sure that your blind spot is no longer a blind spot. And the person reminds you. So I want to just start with that part. So that's one of the things, by the way, to acknowledge some of the biases you have, to put in the guardrails, to be accountable to people. But now let's go talk about the team. I think at the end, I'll just borrow what Frances had said. It always starts with having the goals and making sure that everyone actually understands what the objective, the goals are for the year. So communicating that to your team in the simplest way possible is the number one thing towards success. And then making sure that they understand how their work contributes to it. Because you'll be surprised, you go to some organizations, people are all working hard, but they're not sure what they're doing matters. So they need to see a real line between what they do and the business objectives. This gives them the motivation that, okay, I see how I'm contributing to this. And then, of course, linked to that is that you then reward the results. And you reward the results in different ways, whether it is salary increase, whether it is a promotion, whether it's giving the person an expanded opportunity, whether it's in terms of bonus payments. But they need to see the goals, they need to know how they contribute, and they need to then understand how they're rewarded for it. By the way, these are also some of the structures that take away bias. Because if the results are clear, bias aside, the results are clear, the person has delivered it. So having the right structures, having the sense of accountability, being aware of whatever biases exist, addressing them, talking about them in open forums, bringing awareness to it is actually how you set up we like to call it a psychologically safe environment for people to thrive, for people to bring up their ideas. And another thing is, it's also not a very popular idea, but actually rewarding people that are courageous enough to try stuff, even if they fail. Because, and this is a particular culture I'm really trying to drive now, is give people at least some room to try and to make mistakes. And within that, the success criteria for those kind of projects is not really the success, it's the learning. So when we set the success criteria for trial projects, what we call pilot projects, is to say, okay, what do we want to learn from this? We might be lucky and it succeeds, then we scale. If it doesn't succeed, at least we've learned. And it is really about a cultural shift. So these are some of the ways to get the team more cohesive and to change the organizational goals. Let Frances add.
Okay, I think Moki just said like almost everything I was going to say. I'll give a personal experience. When I joined the company at the start of 2020, it's a small team. The people I met were demotivated. They were being paid well, so it was not about the money. But they just didn't feel like what they were doing added any value, or they didn't feel like they were needed. And these are people that are ambitious, that want to grow, but they just felt like the structure or the system wasn't allowing them be the best that they could be. They didn't know what was happening. And that's another thing. People own this thing, and you are just tightening the world to your chest. You don't want to train people. You don't want them to know. Because when you tell people to do things, we're wired to understand, why am I doing this? When people understand why they're doing stuff, then they feel like I'm a part of this, They feel like my idea has been taken if you let them be a part of the process. So what I started doing was, what's your responsibility? What's your role? And I started empowering them. So sometimes people need to feel empowered. I started letting them run stuff, lead stuff. Information that was being kept from them, I was like, this is an organization, but transparent. So I was sharing information. FYI, guys, this is how we've performed. This is what the P&L is looking like. This is our gross contribution. So people started feeling like that, oh, we have information. I started bringing them into meetings, regional meetings, global meetings, sat with them, and it's also about what you think, what's your idea. And you will be surprised the kind of ideas. These are smart, really smart people have ideas. Some of them have had experiences in other places. The cultural differences sometimes help, which is when we talk diversity. It's not just gender diversity, but other forms of diversity, like your thoughts, your ideas, your culture can come in. And people started bringing, and they started, doing stuff and owning stuff. And then the other thing was about them celebrating their wins. There's stuff that for a multinational company like mine, and for big companies, you have situations where someone has done the work, and Oga collects the glory. You go and present it. I believe that I shine through my people. So if my people are doing well, then automatically I'm doing well. If everybody in my team is useless, I'm useless. There's a problem with me. It becomes me. Because everybody cannot be useless. Right? So it was now about empowering them, letting them have a voice, letting them be a part of the process, feeling like they have meaningful work, and then building that culture of collaboration. We collaborate internally, and we compete externally. We're not dragging. There's somebody said something, there's no competition in destiny. Your own is your own, my own is my own, And in that way, I started having teams that now ask them how they were in 2020, ask them how they are now. It's a world of difference.
So you compete.
We collaborate
internally and compete externally. Very good. I will write that one down and note it. To collaborate internally, compete externally. Now, you touched on a point that I'd noted, which is diversity. And diversity in this sense for me is that one where we don't want to go to, gender. So I see that smile. Now, both of you, well, are the kind of people that would have said broke the ceiling, right? However, the question I ask is, how were you able to do this? Do you think it has anything to do with the organizations that you work with? And how do you look at this when we bring it back home to Nigerian-owned businesses? And where do we need to go? So I think I'll let you start, Frances, because you're the one that went there.
I was saying another type of diversity. Okay, in terms of gender diversity, for me, I think I have been fortunate to work with a company that was intentional about ensuring that everybody succeeds, either male or female. And I have heard stories, and later on in life I experienced the stuff about gender. But I worked for many years in a great company where you were allowed to succeed. We were driving female diversity because I started in sales. And at that time, there were a lot of men in sales, right? So the idea was bring in more females. And we were bringing in more females. But one thing I really, really appreciated, and it's one of the things I drive, is that in driving diversity, never compromise quality, never compromise performance. So don't say because I want a woman to take that role, she's not the best, but let me put it there so that there's a woman. If it's a man that is good enough, is gender equality or is gender diversity, it's everybody has opportunity, the equal opportunity to succeed. So if it's a man who is the best for the role, great. If it's a woman who is best for the role, put a woman there. So that was what we kept driving. I mean, to bring in people, yes, we were intentional about going to universities and encouraging more women to take the test so that at least we have people that will pass, that will get there. Later in life, I experienced it. I mean, when I was consulting and then I was interviewing for roles, when I wanted to, I was like, okay, now consulting is, I want to go back into corporate. I know there was a particular place where it was because, I mean, I'd done the whole thing, and the feedback was that I heard from the team, someone internal, was that some of the people were like, they can't report to a woman and a black woman. And so, but that's them. right? I smiled. So when I was interviewing for this role, when the recruiter approached me, I told her the first thing is, please, for this role, please find out. I don't want to waste my time. You know, if somehow sitting for interview, you talk. After all the talking, then before I waste my time going and meet and talking to these people, I want to be sure that it's okay for them, for a female to take this role. So you have that. And when you talk about gender, it's not only guys. I was with someone who's a female MD of a company, and she said to me, this woman is the sales manager of this company. I said, yes. She said, me, I cannot let a woman be my sales manager. This was a fellow woman as well, right? So for me, it's about being intentional about it. There also, at some point in time, we got to the point where we now needed male diversity because there was now too many women and we needed to get guys. For me, it's about be conscious about it. We need to drive diversity, both in gender, culture, racial diversity, but also do it and bearing in mind that performance, quality will remain, top of the table.
Moki, if I may ask, on that subject still, two things. Number one, this issue of, because I was going to go there, how have you dealt with men who felt like, who be this woman self? That's number one. And how do you deal with the stereotypes? The stereotypes that there are certain jobs that are for men, and there are certain jobs that are for women. How do you deal with that? And by the way, is it true?
I think first, I like the word that you said, how do you deal? Because it hasn't stopped. So it's great that you didn't say, how did you deal? I think that this one, when we're talking about bias initially, this is one that is a very real bias, greater in some cultures than others, but it exists everywhere, believe it or not, no matter how developed the country or the culture appears to be. So I think the first thing is I am aware of it, and being aware doesn't, I don't let it get to me. Why am I saying that? Actually, in my role, I have gone for meetings with my male direct reports, and the folks start addressing them because they just assume that I'm not the one that they were supposed to talk to. So actually now I get really amused when it happens. So it doesn't throw me off. I think that's the first thing. And I just allow the person to blunder first, and then we bring the person back and we continue the conversation. So I think the first thing is, honestly, I had to develop a thick skin to it. I don't take it personally anymore. Initially it used to get to me, but it doesn't. Because I realized that there's still a lot of work and a lot of education that needs to happen in the society about women in leadership positions. And it would take a while. So I think the first thing is I move on quite quickly from it and steer the conversation back to what really matters, which is what we had gone for the meeting to talk about or not. And then in my scope of work within my office, what I do actually is like what Frances was saying, is we address gender bias. We talk about it, and then we literally look at different functions, different teams, and see the teams that are a bit imbalanced, and then try to be a bit more intentional about making it more diverse. Because diversity, I know it sounds like it's the buzzword, everybody talks about it, but it's not just a buzzword. It actually has tangible benefits for the business. Because people bring in diversity of thoughts. The two genders are not the same. And at the end of the day, you need these healthy differences in opinions to be able to actually come up with innovative ideas or create solutions. So you really do need the man and the woman on the table at work. So it's recognizing that it is adding value to the business, celebrating the successes of women as much as you're celebrating for men, taking really practical steps to make it just a bit easier for women. And I'll give an example by what I mean. So if a woman wants to start a family, inevitably, she would have to take some time off work, there's nothing she can do about it if she does desire to have children. And what used to happen in the past is there was no intentionality about the career planning to say when this person resumes, what is the job that the person is going to do. And so we used to have women drop off at the point where they start having babies because they come back to jobs that they don't like, roles that they don't like. Nobody put a lot of thought into it. But now the difference is career planning is much more intentional. But okay, she's going to be off for 3 months, 6 months, whatever. But when she returns, what is she going to do? What kind of job is she going to do? What's the support that is needed? So it's about doing some things that are very practical to just enable them stay in the pipeline, stay in the workforce, of course not compromising on performance, and then being aware of that bias, talking about it, driving education, and then celebrating the women that are doing great things. So I think it's something that we have to live with for a bit as we keep, we're on the journey to gender diversity, and one action at a time, I think would eventually get there.
Okay, thank you, Moki. We have on the panel now the managing partner at Aglo Aviations, Mr. Tayo Ojuri. We welcome. I make apologies for him. I think Lagos can be interesting, you know, and he just flew into the summit right now, having to go. Well, for those who live in Lagos, it can be challenging making that commute. So thank you so very much, sir, for making the sacrifice. The conversation is addressing the ceilings and barriers to organizational growth. We've moved on to a couple of conversations, and we went to that sensitive part. I'm sure you got a drift of what we were talking about. So, and the question is, how do we get the men to respect the intellect of the women who lead organizations, and to actually have the women lead these organizations if they are more intellectually suitable and have, you know, the leadership acumen to carry through the organization? Well, how do we get that done?
Thank you. Thank you, and sorry once again for my delayed arrival. I'll rather narrow that into aviation sector. You actually do, the apple doesn't fall too far away from the tree. That's where I actually have my core competence. And it's all about historical evolution. Aviation evolved with men being pilots, engineers, and the women being cabin crews, or what you used to call flight attendants. But that's the kind of what we started with. But over in the, my voice is loud enough. Over and beyond, with the millennials now, we see with STEM, with the evolution of STEM, we've seen a lot of women. Actually, you have a lot of women crew, from captain, flight attendant, engineering, all women crew. Lots of top legacy airlines. Legacy airlines are those big airlines, the KLMs of this world, the Air France of this world, the Emirates of this world, the Qatars of this world. They are pushing for what you call all-women crew. Last year, we had Ethiopian Airlines fly to Lagos with the all-women crew. So what this does for us, especially for the women, it actually gives an awareness, it gives an impetus to the women folks and to the ladies and to the girl child that they can be able to fly. Again, flying is seen as elitist. Flying is seen as something out of this world. Imagine a machine take off and you're suspended in the air. And for us as Christians, you don't know who's flying. You're just leaving everything into God's hands. That's the most, you check in, you're on board, and you see lots of people praying because you don't know the pilot. So what that does for us, for the women gender, is now we're seeing lots of the female gender actually getting involved, not only within the flying space, actually evolving from the pilots to the aviation management itself, as well as what you call the ground service. So we're seeing there are lots of men in the cabin crew now. So that's actually helping us. So that gender diversity, that what I call cohesion, is actually helping us, and we're growing in the sector. We're not 50-50 per se. We are not. That we have data to show that. But from where we were in the 60s, and even going into space, and even going into drones and all these other flying objects, we are having lots of women going to it, and it's a good start in the right direction.
Awesome, awesome.
Please, I just want to add something there. I really like the example he gave, because I think that's the power of representation. Because when you see someone that looks like you, it is gender, racial, etc., doing something, it makes you believe that you can. And that's why the more people, or more women, or more black people, depending on whichever kind of diversity context we are talking about, that we see in those positions, it raises the others. It makes them believe it's possible, and it makes them start aiming for it. And then you have opportunities for mentorship, because that's also what's dragging women back, because they do not see women that can mentor them, because they're not seeing the women in the positions that they desire to go into. So I think that that's one thought I wanted to leave there, that representation really matters, because it raises the next generation.
Great. I think I'm gonna allow, if there are questions in the audience, just 2 questions. Yeah, there's one hand there, because we're wrapping up now. We have a second somewhere. Okay, please, can you stand up and ask your question? I don't know if they can get a mic to you, but we can hear you from here anyways.
I don't know if you got me. Okay,
Yes,
so
we heard you. What
do
are
they
the
do?
roles of co-founders?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to ask Mr. Ojuri to start, because I mean you see you understand the partnership models and all of that. So I'd like you to start with in that answer.
I like giving examples of what I've gone through. It's where the rubber meets the road. For us, we started in 2015, and coming from Canada into Nigeria, it was just my wife and I. So the co-founder was is still my wife. But we evolved. We started with protocol services. I tell people when they say, "What do you do?" I say, "I carry bags at the airport." But really, that's what it is. It's then we started doing it for lots of multinationals. Evolved into private jets. You call it private jet, we call it business jet. It's a business tool. With that, expatriate immigration services. And then part of this growth is, as you build it, someone saw the skill and said, come to the TV station and start analyzing aviation for us. And we started doing that for channels, TVC, Arise, LTV. All that helped us with the co-founder being at home, reviewing everything. So as we evolved and we started doing all our due diligence documents as well, as we went into Series A and diversifying, the co-founder wasn't just a co-founder on paper. She started bringing in her skills. It was intangible initially, but as time evolved, we started building human resources and admin skills, which she now could actually add to us. So in our climb and in our example, that's how our co-founders are. But we're now pivoting with COVID. You know what happened to aviation? We actually got nailed first because everything shut down first. And I tell people it's the truth. When there's an economic crunch, we get hit in aviation sector first, because if there's an inflation, as we see, you will not think of traveling. So what we've thought about is, now that we are pivoting into full cargo airline, and we have foreign partners. The co-founders are not really co-founders, they're strategic partners. So for us, the co-founder, and for us, the co-founder has been my wife. Most times it's people that you've been in school with, or someone that you were at that table discussing this idea with, and you're really, really in the on the ground, going to office. Those are normally the people that actually bring in something in, and afterwards, most times it's not the money initially. That person has you have the idea, that person has the network or the drive or something else. Then once everything is put to paper and people can see traction, then you can be able to get the money in, and then both of you as the founder and co-founder are able to actually work together. My thoughts.
Just to add to that, I would say if you're going into partnership, define what each person is bringing to the table and what they're going to be doing ongoing. So like he said, you could have the idea and the person is bringing, could be money, it could be the skill, it could be the technology, it could be anything else that the person is bringing. But document this, have an agreement. Of course, with partnership, you hope to make profits, right? So you have shares. In terms of ownership, what's the ownership structure? Is it 50-50? Or is it 70-30? But agree what each person will be doing. So you have skills in operations, you will lead operations. I have skill in marketing, for example, I will lead marketing. Define what each, it's not just vibes and by the grace of God. You know, you need to be very clear who is doing what and make sure that it's documented so that you can also, when you check in, is how are you doing, how am I doing?
Wow. Okay. So this is the much we can take for this segment, and I'll ask if you have any more questions, please send them to our handles, and we'll get responses for you. Our final speaker for today is a man that has been in fintech and has trailblazed that industry. And I'm going to thank our panelists very much. Thank you so much, Moki. Thank you, Tayo. We do not take this for granted. We do hope that next year when we call on you, we'll give you a head up. If we have to fly you in by private jet, the business jet. Well, thank you so much for making it. Thank you, Frances. And I'm so grateful. And on behalf of the summit, we've learned so much. Thank you so much. Guys, please, a round of applause for them. Thank you so very much. I'll ask the media team to please get ready for... So ask the media team to roll for our last speaker, who all the way from Kenya brings us great insights into his business journey.
Julian Kula. Julian Kula is the senior pastor of Ruach Assemblies, which he identifies as his first and most important calling. More than pastoring, Julian has pioneered several businesses spanning technology, construction, and agriculture. His commitment is to become one of East Africa's business unicorns, that is, a startup valued at $1 billion or more. This quest has manifested in several global businesses, such as the Mode Group, a fintech Julian co-founded, and trailblazed airtime and other microloans. Beulah City, which has a goal of building over 100,000 affordable housing apartments, with an initial 1,300 apartments already nearly fully subscribed. EdomX, Julian's latest startup, is already set to shake up the microcredit space for consumer-based shopping with over $250 million partnership with financial heavyweights. secured through Kula Capital, Julian's investment syndicating company. Julian is the amazing husband to Amanda Kula and the adoring father to 3 sons, Nolan, Nehemiah, and Noah. Coming to the stage of TakeOver at the summit the first time, Reverend Julian Kula shares some of his leadership journey in a Tell It As It Is interview with Zubi Chibu.
Hi, TakeOver at the Summit gang. Today, like we know, we are here with a wonderful father to me and a great leader. Today we have the honor of having Reverend Julian Kula at the TakeOver at the Summit, the 2nd edition. Thank you, sir, for being here.
It's a joy, and thank you for inviting me to the TakeOver.
And I'm so honored that you accepted this invitation without wasting much time, because I know how this gets. I just want to ask that you please walk us through your journey,
right?
Your educational journey,
right?
And the timeline, because we're going somewhere with it, and these people at the summit will need to know. There's a reason we want to know where you started from, because when we know where you are coming from and where you are at, it will be more inspiring,
right?
I believe, to the people that are listening to you today.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I went to school here in Kenya, and then I went to Texas for my undergrad. I went to a university called Texas Southern University.
Okay.
I started working while I was in the U.S., and I stayed there for 12 years. And I came back. And because you asked about education, I'll stick to that.
Yes.
Education never ends. I've just engaged right now in a master's in business.
Oh, wow.
But moving towards something that I really want to achieve, not because I did this mostly for me, and just because I want there to be some strength in what I'm talking about. So we've partnered here in Kenya with a university.
Okay.
I've taken some work, and I'm talking about our organization. The Rock Leadership Institute has partnered with a university out of Atlanta. So I'm now pursuing much more in education than I ever did in my life, because it wasn't a big part of my destiny back then. But as I've grown older, it has become something I've become passionate about.
Okay.
And so I did Texas for about 12 years. Before coming back to Kenya.
But what did you study in Texas?
So in Texas, I did a degree in business. The problem is I wasn't able to finish it back then.
Okay.
And so now what I've done is I transferred the remaining credits to this university, and they've combined my experience together with what I had done to now be at this Master's of a Business Administration degree.
Great.
And then right after that, I actually want to jump straight into another. I want to combine with another degree around entrepreneurship, because I feel like that is something I want to talk about a lot more as I go across the world.
Yeah. That's just an amazing journey that you've had there, and exactly the reason I said that we're starting from somewhere, because we're driving to a particular destination.
Yeah.
And so I just want to ask, today you wear many hats. You wear the hat of a spiritual leader, you wear the hat of a marketplace leader, and I know that you're in construction, you're in tech, you're in agriculture, and the list goes on and on. So the question I want to ask is, why tech?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in a few things, but there's the main thing. And the main thing for me is what we call fintech.
Yeah.
And fintech stands for finance and technology. I've always been a believer from back then. This would be my first main job, I mean, I had quite a few jobs as a student, but my first main job dealt with data. And I got to see how data was used to make financial decisions using technology. And distribution happened through technology. So fintech became a love for me in my early 20s.
Oh, wow, okay.
And I've pursued that till today. I do believe the world has moved into that direction. It was just starting then. But now it has become a core part of everything I try to build has to have a tech thinking to it, because I feel like that's the future. So fintech, enabling people, having impact around financial systems, capital enablement, being able to touch as many lives as you can, because you can only touch so many people with a branch.
Yeah.
Using technology to reach as many people as possible in financial inclusivity, in financial empowerment, and in just being able to be in touch with the future around financial distribution. That's really where I am.
Yeah, so speaking of financial distribution, right there is, I mean, the size is I can't even begin to estimate the size of that world right now. But and I digress a bit by saying that we don't, what's the future of, I mean, you're also a pastor.
Yeah.
And I believe that's the biggest of the hats you wear. So seeing you wear the hat of a pastor, and where do you assess the church to be with respect to the world of fintech? Is the church ready for that world as you see it? And are we preparing people the right way for all that?
I mean, in terms of church, I don't think fintech would be their fit. It would be tech. Where is the church in tech? I mean, I've seen some serious improvements in tech within the church, especially after COVID. During COVID and now after post-COVID, there's been a lot of church improvement on tech, anywhere from media to their tech thinking to their financial systems thinking on tech, all the way to even reaching the world using tech. It's changed. I'm seeing a lot more church engagement and religious engagement around technology, even disrupting media on how they were looking at reaching the world before. So I think the church is beginning to grow in that area. We still have a long way to go. Factories, or they don't know what the French Prime Minister is going to say about factories, but the world has changed. It's moved from nationalistic elements to now individual. That one footballer can sit down and cause the profits of a company to come down because he put their drink aside and picked up water. Tells you that it's become a world of influences. And I say that to say, I don't know what the next generation pastor is going to look like. Could be a kid sitting somewhere with 15 million people listening to them very closely, and they never move from their house. When we deal with technology, I believe God's going to use it to disrupt a lot of our thinking Because you and I have thought of the cathedral and the four walls very different from how I think my children look at it.
Yeah.
And yes, you cannot abandon the place of fellowship, but I think the style of fellowship is going to change. Technology is forcing us to look differently in that. And so they have choices now, and people have tremendous choices because of technology. So it's going to cause a lot of change. The way influence is working is no longer national, it's individual.
Yeah.
That you've literally got an entire tribe belonging to Zubi online.
Yeah.
It's your tribe.
Yeah, that's true.
They want to know what you eat, how you dress, what you wear. And yes, one may say, oh, how, no, why do people? But that's what they're going to do with the next level of, the next church is going to be different. The next, I had more people online than I did physically. and I saw something, interestingly, I'll tell you this just because we're on this subject.
Yeah.
I even saw a lot more support for what I was trying to achieve and do come through the online giving internationally.
Whoa.
All of a sudden I had international audience.
Yeah, but that's the fintech side of it.
That's the tech. It's just completely changed. Yeah. I have people in Dubai that don't miss a service now, in Ethiopia, in South Africa, right? All the way to Latvia in Europe.
Wow.
That are constantly online to watch. So what does that tell us? Is membership local anymore?
Obviously not.
Clearly.
Obviously not. All right, sir. So, right, one of the things that we saw as we were coming in, Julian Kula Capital. For a man who is not a Harvard professor, I would like to know, how did that happen? And how have you been able to be so successful at raising capital for so many businesses? I mean, look at us, right? This backdrop is Build a City, which is one of your projects. How have you been able to successfully get people to invest in these things?
I thank you, Zubi. That's a good question. You know, it's not been a walk in the park. It wasn't an overnight thing. It's taken years. It's taken process. Kula Capital has been the fund that has helped us to find funding for some of our projects, partnerships, relationships. So even raising the money for my fintech, EdomX, because there's certain patterns to raising capital, right? Certain elements to raising capital. One is, of course, do you have a project? Two, how do you fund the project?
Yeah.
Capital speaks a certain language, and so you have to learn the language of capital. And to do that, you have to bring the right people to help you raise the right funding, the right thinking, the right tempo, the right tone, the right paperwork, the right investment memorandums. Okay. So it's all down to the nitty-gritties of, yes, there's a concept, but where is that concept? How far along is it? Is it at inception stage? Is it at maturity stage? Is it at pre-revenue stage? Is it at post-revenue stage? Do the unit economics make sense? Does the conceptualization make sense? So we've been blessed to have an amazing team of people from here, from Nigeria. I mean, very, very amazing people in Nigeria that have helped us in looking at our capital raising cycles before we go into the Western world.
Yeah.
And that helps us think through the process as well. So yes, millions and millions of dollars worth of capital raising experience with that team, but God has been good to us. So I'm excited.
Yeah.
I'm excited about the future. We just closed over $250 million with our bank for EdomX.
Wow.
And that was, big part of it was played by shareholders, friends, and Kula Capital.
Yeah.
Putting all the stuff together to make that happen. It takes a lot. It takes a lot. It takes some heavy lifting. But God has been good, and there's no wasted experience. The experience from the previous businesses in previous years helps you to eventually get to this place. And at this age now, I'm pretty clear what it is I want to see these organizations achieve in terms of impact, changing lives, and how I want to see this eventually roll into the kingdom of God.
Wow. I hope you guys were learning something. If you may, sir, I am close to home,
Right.
and I know that 2020 was a tough year with the tragic losses in the family. Difficult period. So I'd like to know, how did you manage to plod on
Yeah.
in the midst of all of that pain, and then the demands of the business, of the church, and all of that? How did you move on?
I think just for there to be proper reference, my father passed away in that year.
Yeah.
I lost a very, very close relative who was a sister who grew up with us.
Yeah.
And a few other tragic events in that year, and a lot of hits on the business side too. Well, I'll tell you this, Zubi, and I'll just be very honest with you. I've come to discover the formula is as simple as this: good people. Good people. I have a good team, and they've kept their eyes on the prize.
Wow.
Kept their heads focused on the big picture, despite the seasons and despite the things that were going on. I've become a big believer: invest in good people. They'll carry the vision.
Yeah.
So even when your hands are weak, you must have, even in the Bible, you have Moses, who's an amazing man.
Yeah.
But Aaron is holding his hands up, and Hur is holding his hands up, and so the young ones are able to win because Moses' hands are up.
Oh, yeah. Profound.
That's exactly what has happened, is that you've got the right people holding your hands, and so what you're building for the next generation, they're able to continue thriving and winning the war because of that. So good people, God kept me. God kept me, and it was some very devastating times, but God is faithful, and I think every experience you go through can make you stronger or can kill you. But I think
obviously it's not killed you.
A lot of us have to make the choice. You are what you project right now is as a result of all the choices you've made because of the experiences you go through.
Yeah.
I'm not isolated. Many people lost loved ones, but some have woken up and some have refused to wake up.
Yeah.
It just boils down to everybody's choice.
Great. Okay, so
I keep telling people I don't have the luxury to lose my mind.
Oh yeah. Wow.
I don't have the luxury. There's too many lives dependent on my waking up in the morning and having a sane mind. So I have to look at tragedy and problems in a different light. Does that mean I don't take care of my mind wellness? It doesn't mean that, but I think when God has given you a vision, and when you're in the middle of the vision, when Moses was in the middle of leaving Egypt and these people were making noise and doing all the things, he had no choice. He did not have the luxury to have emotional damage. He didn't have the luxury. Zubi, when you're in the middle of the battlefield, you don't have the luxury. One snooze. What does the Bible say? A little sleep. Not much. A little. Most people quote that scripture without thinking about it. A little sleep. All of us need a little sleep. But it says a little sleep. A little slumber. A little folding of the hands. A little. What I've discovered how the enemy steals, because the enemy has 3 trajectories he approaches you by: stealing, killing, and destroying. I've discovered one of the ways he steals from you is with a little folding of the hands. A little. Jesus said men ought always to pray. That means there's no room for a little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands, and poverty comes quickly. So when there are literally hundreds of thousands of lives dependent on you getting up and doing your assignment.
Yep.
Moses did not have the luxury to have a depression. I don't think you have that luxury when you're on assignment.
Awesome.
Or you heal on the way. You heal going.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You heal
going. You heal going. So, what limitations have you had to deal with? And what advice would you give, final words to some young person who is sitting in this audience today, hearing $250 million and going, wow.
Well, I'm committed, and I want to say this publicly to you so that the work of faith can be heard.
Yeah.
So that when it happens, someone can say, I heard it before it happened.
Yeah, sure.
I'm committed to being one of the first unicorns in my country. One of the first fintechs valued globally at over $1 billion. Nigeria has a couple.
Yeah.
Kenya has not had one. I want us to do this here by 2023. At the very latest, 2024.
Wow.
And everything we've done is to prepare us for that. That day, come do this interview and I'll do a dance. Because I'll have achieved something in my heart. It's not so much so for me that it's the money, it's an achievement that opens doors and breaks barriers for another generation to say, you know what? It is possible to have unicorns in Africa.
Yeah, sure.
It is possible to have unicorns in Eastern Africa and West Africa. You people have already done it in Southern Africa.
Yeah.
And therefore it begins to create a different thought process and future for the generations. The advice I would give to anyone listening, a young person listening, is listen, there was a class, right? I sit on a board of a group called Endeavor, and they hosted a class. They have an Endeavor class in Harvard every year. And so they had a team that went there in 2020.
Yeah.
And when those guys went, very interesting, is it 2020 or 2019? I'm trying to remember. And they had a very interesting experience because they hosted all these companies that have become unicorns.
Okay.
And some of them were in their third unicorns.
Oh, wow.
Right? But the consistent pattern in a lot of them was that the people who were heading these unicorns were in their late 40s, mid 50s. The exception is that people get to build billion-dollar companies when they're in their 20s. That's an exception.
Yeah.
There are only so many Mark Zuckerbergs.
True that.
The lesson at Harvard was these people are in their mid 50s with unicorns. We're all saying the same thing. It takes a good 10 to 15 years to build a good thing. This sprint and rush that everybody wants to do something in 2 years, it can happen, but it's the exception.
Yeah.
And so I want to tell younger people, build for your generation, but be patient. Be consistent and be focused. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon. And the notion that people will get the idea and run with it before you, I've had ideas that are not mine. But the difference in what has happened is I execute them right.
Good.
You see, Beulah, affordable housing is not new.
No.
Now, how do you execute it differently for your generation? What's the vibe? What's the flavor for your generation? It takes time. It takes time for people to trust you. It takes time to build relationships. It takes, how long have you and I known each other?
12 years now?
12 years. Yeah. Relationship. This is the, in Beulah, one group gave us basically over $40 million of their balance sheet. Wow. But all they told us is because of the relationship. Some of the people who are investing in me, it's because of relationship. Yes, there's track record, but there's experience, but more so, I lie to you not. A very big part of it is relationship. Even with God, relationship and consistency is key. Despite the challenges we go through, relationships. So I say to any person listening is, please value the relationships God opens for you now. They will count 10 years from now. I've raised money, 80% of the money I've raised all over my life has been relationship. And then 20% is the idea and all, but 80% is relationship. It's Zubi calling a friend and saying, hey, Julian, my friend, has something he wants to show you.
Yeah.
That's how I've raised capital. And yes, you could raise it in the institutional ways, but at that beginning stage, it's going to be driven by relationship. Take care of your name, take care of your relationships. Don't burn unnecessary bridges, but there's some you have to burn.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, there has to be a place you say, I believe I've done what I need to do for my generation. I'll continue doing it, but I want to build a succession plan for that next generation. But I would say, if you want to raise money, capital for your business, if you want to grow, please value relationships. They will take you further than your ideas could ever take you.
Thank you so much. I mean, people have called him all sorts, chairman, coach, but he just remains Reverend Julian Kua.
Thank you.
And don't we all love him so much? Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Zubi, for this opportunity.
We're grateful. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Summit audience, thank you very much. And we do hope that you learned something. If you don't do any other thing, if you didn't hear any other thing in this conversation, do not mess with your relationships. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. God bless you.
Wow. It's been a very intensive 8 hours thereabout. But listen, these are the kind of investment that you will look back 5 years from now and you will be grateful that you did. You know, myself and Elder Zubi here, we've attended a conference in the US called Global Leadership Summit. And this is just a day. We do these 2 days. We resume 8:30. We close 4:30, 5 p.m. It's intense, back to back, back to back, back to back. Honestly, it's investment. It's capacity building. But I want to thank you all for staying. Thank you all. Those who left already, God bless you all. We trust God that TakeOver Conference 2023, April 1, 2023, by the grace of God, we are going to be having another event. Maybe somehow, somewhere, we might turn it to 2 days. Yeah, we'll tell. But for now, it's April 1, by the grace of God. Thank you all for being a part of this conference. I want to say a big thank you to the summit team and led by Elder Zubi. I call them Elder Zubi. They've done exceptionally well. Glory be to God. You know, one of the things that you trust God for as a leader is to have competent people. When you have competent people, you don't need to be threatened by them because they reduce your headache. Amen. I imagine I'm the one that puts my head in all of the things that took place here. Trust me. I won't be able to preach any sermon anymore. And here, my latest brother that I met recently, that's Mr. Tayo Ojuri. Please help me celebrate him. We didn't have time. We didn't have a lot of time to glean from him. He just arrived from Dubai this afternoon. He had to go through all the airport. He said he was jetting to this place with like a crazy person just to make it down. And the minimum. Please, can you help me celebrate him? All our faculties. Don't mind the way he dressed. He just landed from a plane. But trust me, our meeting was very, very supernatural. And I believe that God has some intention in his heart. And I want to thank my wife also for being a strong support. Thank you to all the volunteers. Thank you to all the members of Global Harvest Church. Tomorrow is going to be wild in this place. It's the last Sunday of our 5 Super Sundays with Tosin B. Hallelujah. So we are looking forward to that. It's going to be electric. This place will be full of energy. Amen.
So I want to invite you, if you are not a member of Global Harvest Church, don't go to any other place. Be here tomorrow. Honestly, this is where to be. Amen. I promise you a powerful word. I'm going to continue my series, Infinity War. Hallelujah. It's going to be awesome. I'm looking forward to tomorrow morning. All right, let's rise up on our feet. Let's rise up on our feet. Our most gracious God, we want to thank you because you are the one that gives vision. You are the one that gives success. You said, can any man receive anything except it be given to him from above? Lord, thank you for TakeOver at the summit. Thank you because you helped us to plan. Thank you because from the beginning to the end, you were with us. We give you glory, Father. We bless your name. Be exalted, O God, in the name of Jesus. I declare upon everyone that has learned a lot of things here, those who came earlier on. Father, we ask, oh God, that you add abundance of grace for them to be proper executors of the wisdom that has been downloaded into their heart today, in the name of Jesus. Father, we declare that their success story will be the next one we will record, in the name of Jesus. Father, thank you. We give you praise that as they go from this place today, Father, let there be a fresh deluge of grace upon their lives. In the name of Jesus. We thank you, Heavenly Father. We give you glory and the praise. In Jesus' wonderful name we are prayed. And somebody shout a loud amen. All right, celebrate Jesus this day. It's all about him. Till I see you at the next TakeOver Summit 2023, April 1, go and flourish. So I'm expecting your testimony in Jesus' name. Amen. God bless you all.